delay. Look at the grounds crew getting the tarp out. They got it out just in time when the skies opened up about 40 minutes ago. The rain actually is letting up right now. Some cool Foxmo shots of the rain coming down here at the ballpark. The St. Louis Cardinals in their dugout, the Marlins in theirs, and back in the clubhouse. Here's a look at the tarp right now, and this is as light as the rain has been over the last 30 to 40 minutes. We take that as a good sign as the Fish and the Cardinals finish the 4-game series. Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome. Rich Waltz. I guess good afternoon. Rich Waltz along with Tommy Hutton. It's been a frustrating series so far for the Marlins. The Cardinals have shown why they're a playoff contender. Now that they've got their bullpen in line and they've got the big three rolling, this is a St. Louis team that I think has got to be a favorite to win the Central.
Yeah, they're still chasing the Milwaukee Brewers, but I think you're absolutely right. A ball club with an improved bullpen. They have that big three in the middle of the lineup. We've seen what they've done in this series. I was just thinking, watching some of the Cardinals in the dugout with the rain coming down, this is their last trip ever to Sun Life Stadium. So they will look forward to their trips to the new ballpark as well.
As much as we will look forward to the new ballpark with a roof and none of this madness behind us. For the Marlins, it's kind of been a madness type of series in the sense that they've lost the 3 games, but they've had plenty of opportunities to score runs and win some of these ball games.
Yeah, when you leave a lot of men on base, which the Marlins have done in this 3-game series, which is now going to be 4 today. Think about last night in the 2nd inning. Dwayne Wise had an opportunity. He went down on strikes. Now you move ahead. You go to the 4th inning. Ricky Nolasco up there with bases loaded. Boy, you would have liked to maybe seen him take a pitch. He swung at the first pitch. Double play. You don't see it too often. 3-2-4 on that double play. Then in the 7th inning, Amezaga made some good plays, got himself a base hit last night, but struck out in that situation. Logan Morrison gets jammed, and it's a 4-6-3 double play. A little dispute on the call at first base. He thought he was safe. I think replay showed he was, but either way, he was out and really didn't have a good swing at that pitch that was in on his hands. So they had opportunities. We've really seen that this entire series.
And you'd like to say, if you're the Marlins, hey, just a good start from a starter would do the trick. But the Marlins have had good starts in this series, and it hasn't helped. Javi Vasquez goes today. He's been outstanding over the last month and a half.
You know, we can't say praises enough about Javi Vasquez. And look at over his last 9 starts. His record 4-3 could be better. 2.26 ERA, 41 strikeouts and 10 walks, and the Marlins have won 6 of 9. Remember, his last time out, he left the game with a 2-run lead after 7 solid innings against the Mets. The bullpen gave it up. He got a no decision, so very easily could have another win or 2. 23 starts for Jaime Garcia. Good lefty who gets the ball moving, moves all over the place, and he's pitched extremely well in the daytime, not so well on the road, though, this year. So Vasquez, who in his career has faced the Cardinals many times, a good matchup. We will get underway. We're just not sure when.
Yeah, that was our Coventry Healthcare of Florida starting matchup. Now, when we get back, we'll take a look at a former Miami Hurricane. A lot of them come back through here. One of them, John Jay, a 3-time All-American, will visit with the former Hurricane. Yeah, we're in a rain delay, but it looks like it's letting up, which is certainly good news. Grounds crew starting to come back out. Take a look up at the clouds as the rain has let up. Still a wet field, so we're probably at the very least about a half an hour, 45 minutes away from first pitch as the Marlins and the Cardinals get set to finish off this 4-game series. Let's go down into the dugout. Nice and dry. Jeff Conine, Frank Fort. Guys?
Well, one of us is anyway. You've been getting the splash over there.
Aside from my left shoulder, yeah, I'm dry. Aside from that. A lot of good college baseball around this nation of ours, and one of the great programs, of course, down at the University of Miami. We saw Jim Morris here during this series. He does a great job of producing players and coming to see his guys, maintaining great relationships. He came out to watch Gabby and John Jay this weekend.
Yeah, I was talking to him during the game the other day, and the big problem they have nowadays is when they get these draft picks, their deadline is August 16th to sign or not, and he might have 5 or 6 recruits that he's got that are going to be committed to UM, but they sign right at the last minute of the deadline, and he's got half a team that's gone.
You watched 3 guys in the All-Star game this year, Ryan Braun along with Gabby Sanchez and Chris Perez. Of course, another UM alum is the Cardinals center fielder John Jay. Now that the Cardinals pulled the trigger on that deal and sent Colby Rasmus off to Toronto to shore up the bullpen, Jay is more or less the full-time center fielder for the Cardinals.
Yeah, it's been nice. I'm getting to play a little bit more now, but I still have the same attitude as since last year, where I show up to the field and I'm going to try to do my best, whatever role that is. So, but it's nice to be in front of possibly 3 Hall of Famers out there. So it's nice.
Are you? I know you're happy for them, but are you a little bit envious seeing 3 teammates in the All-Star game, or does that give you motivation to work even harder at your job?
Oh, it definitely gives you motivation. Where I'm around these guys every day, and they're great leaders for me to have as a young player, so it's nice, and hopefully I can fill their shoes in one day.
As a Miami guy, a guy who grew up in this town, we're all looking forward to the new ballpark next year. As a kid who grew up here, to be able to come home and play in a baseball-specific facility, how are you looking forward to that?
Well, it's going to be huge. I'm excited for the people here that haven't been able to see ballparks in other places, and to see a baseball-only place. It's going to be nice, and it's going to be a nice environment, hopefully, and hopefully they can get some fans and pack the place up, and the rest is history with that. So.
Coming down the stretch here, and you guys battling the Brewers. Pirates are fading a little bit in the Central. Is it exciting every day to come to the ballpark, knowing you're in the middle of a race?
Definitely. I mean, this is it's great to be in contention right now, and it gives these games meaning. And it's fun to be in a pennant race. So hopefully we can pull this out.
Of course, John played at Columbus High School. Gabby played at Brito. And a little funny story between the two of them. Gabby did a lot of pitching in high school. And John Jay hit a triple off him one time, off a fastball that he claims was 94 miles an hour. The other side of it is Gabby would say, well, the outfield was playing in. They were playing shallow, which is why you were able to get it over their head. So a little good-natured back and forth between
And I like what you said, claimed to be 94 miles an hour. That might have been on the kilometer gun.
Okay. Ooh, the kilometer gun.
Yeah.
I like that. All right, speaking of speed, Emilio Bonifacio at the top of the Marlins lineup. He had such a great month of July when the Marlins played so well, rebounding from that horrific June. August hasn't been quite as good. As you look at, he had exactly 100 bats in July and was tops in the National League in average and on-base percentage in July. In August, not so much. And you can see just how important he is to this Marlins offense. When they scored a lot in July, not so much here in August.
Yeah, but you know what? I mean, when a guy's hot like Emilio was in July, you try to ride those streaks as long as you possibly can. You're bound for a cool down. So unfortunately for the Marlins, he's been cooled off so far this August. Get him back going again, and he is the spark plug at the top of this lineup.
And you see 1 for 14 in this series against the Cardinals with some strikeouts there. So the Cardinals have definitely done a good job handling Emilio Bonifacio, and that has definitely slowed the Marlins offense in this series, while the Cardinals' big guns have done the damage. Good news is we're down to just the mildest of drizzles. We'll be back with more. Stay tuned during a little bit of a rain delay.
Minutes away from first pitch, the Marlins and the St. Louis Cardinals. Javi Vasquez in the Marlins pen getting ready. And the right-hander gets set to take on the Cardinals, who have won the first 3 games of this 4-game series. And it's Jaime Garcia in the Cardinals pen. Garcia, one of the top rookies in all of baseball last year, has followed up that rookie campaign with an outstanding year this year. He walks into this one with a 3.22 ERA and a 10-5 record. So we got some things to do before we get to first pitch. One of them is our poll question, and our poll question involves Alfredo Amezaga. Amezaga returned last night. One of the poll question topics: do you like his hair? Do you like him and Miggy together? They were a dynamic duo. Do you like the Amezaga play? The incredible double play from the Mexican League. Or any dance that Amezaga does. This one was quite popular, especially the finish. So that's our poll question, our Tickets of America poll question. What's your favorite Amezaga moment? Is it the hair? Is it Amezaga and Miggy together? Is it the amazing Amezaga play? Or is it any Amezaga dancing clip? 789-789, standard text and data rates apply. Now, last night, Amezaga was in uniform, which was a big surprise to everybody here. It was like Christmas for the guys in the truck, and they compiled some Amezaga video already from last night. Tommy, was kind of an up-and-down night for Amezaga.
Yeah, it was an interesting night. First of all, I know he's just excited to be here. He had a little trouble on the play, a ground ball to second base. Couldn't quite get the handle. He was able to get himself a base hit. He was 1 for 4 in the game. He made some nice plays. A diving play to his left. He started a double play or got a force out. He also knocked the ball down and got the out. So he was busy. His uniform was dirty. He made a lot of plays, started that double play there. And so all in all, an eventful night for Alfredo Amezaga. There were a number of Amezaga fans in attendance with the sombreros and signs. Good to have him back. Good to see the excitement, the energy.
That was one of his nicknames when he was here, the Flying Mexican. And he's back. In fact, he's facing a fellow countryman in Jaime Garcia. Now, one of the issues coming into this series, Tommy, was the field conditions. The Dolphins scrimmage with the dirt. The soccer match the night before the series started with grass on the dirt. Alan Sigwart and his group have done an incredible job of getting this back to baseball. One of the tough parts has been the skin part of the infield. Last night the Marlins had a few balls that took a couple of odd hops, balls that kicked up at the last minute. That was an error by Emilio Bonifacio.
Yeah, I think one of the reasons there was talk before the game, that was an error by Amezaga. They thought it was going to rain a little bit last night, so they didn't water the infield the way they usually do. The infield was very hard. Today, we saw the infield watered, plus it got a little rain on it before the tarp went out, so the conditions on the skin, the dirt part, should be a little better for this afternoon's game. Both teams are always going to have to deal with the seams and all the patchwork from the soccer match and the concert and the scrimmage. So you're always going to have those seams a little bit, but the skin infield should be better.
All right, so we'll take a timeout. We'll step aside. We got baseball on the way as the Marlins and the Cardinals finish off this 4-game series. has been one of the Marlins' best starters over the last 6-7 weeks as he gets set to take on the St. Louis Cardinals. Let's go down to the field now and check in with Frank Fort. Frank?
All right, guys, thanks a lot. As usual, this field drains particularly well. No evidence of squishiness or sogginess here, so it should be decent. Just to the thing about the grounds crew is Tom Wilson talking to one of the chief grounds crew guys, Alan Sigwart's right-hand man. The grounds crew actually did a lot of work on the skin part of the infield today because neither team took batting practice. And, of course, wouldn't you know it, about 40 minutes before game time, the skies open up. So they did all that work to try and get the infield in better shape, and yet they had to roll out the tarp and do all that. After that Barcelona-Chivas game the other night, the night before the Marlins started this series against the Cardinals, they, of course, had to put the turf over the skin part of the infield. Now, when they did that, they actually put a material underneath the turf so the dirt from the turf wouldn't mix in with the clay of the infield. It was a cheesecloth type of material, for lack of a better term. And so the infield, when they took it off, it wasn't really bumpy or rough in any part, but it was very hard and very fast. As Tommy said, we're talking to a couple members of the Marlins coaching staff. In this series, they said the ball is really scooted, and the hardness, because they didn't get a chance to work on it as much as they would like to, may have accentuated the topspin on some of those ground balls and caused the ball to come up on some of the infielders. But they said it was not because of any ruts or bumps on the skin part of the infield. And as I said, again, the field, for all the rain we took in the last hour or so, looks in pretty good shape. Back up to you, Rich and Tommy.
Frank, I have to tell you, in my 7 years here, that's the first cheesecloth reference we've had.
Maybe I should have saved it from Milwaukee.
No, I like it. I like it.
All right.
Good stuff, Frank. Thanks.
Our Coventry Healthcare starters, Javi Garcia and Javi Vasquez. Tommy, we talked about Vasquez, but Garcia, a tough customer. He's a youngster, but he's one of the best lefties in the National League.
Yeah, he is, and there are a couple of things to look for with Jaime Garcia. He's number 3 in the National League as far as receiving run support. He's received over 6 runs a game. However, his ERA on the road much higher than it is at home. So he hasn't pitched as well away from New Busch Stadium. Javier Vasquez, he has pitched well, over his last 8 or 9 starts. If you go back his last 8 starts, he's 4-2 with a 2.13 ERA. The strikeouts and walks ratio is just fantastic.
So the rain has stopped. The tarp is off. Ready for baseball. Marlins trying to get a game against these Cardinals. Man down along with his buddies Albert and Matt. Pujols, Holiday, and Berkman have been tough on the fish. Here's our Toyota trend. The Marlins have lost 7 of their last 9 home games and have been outscored a bunch. The fish are a disaster at home this year. For some reason, the Marlins just don't play well in this facility. The Marlins come into this ballgame 24-35, 11 under at home. Of course, the flip side is they're a great road team. They're 8 over on the road. Cardinals lineup brought to you by Warren Henry. Rafael Furcal has been at short throughout. Ryan Theriot gets his first start of the series. He's at second. Albert Pujols at first. And, of course, you got Holiday and Berkman right behind him. Miami's John Jay is in center field. Tony Cruz looked good last night behind the plate. And Tony La Russa has him back in there today. Daniel Descalso's at third. And Garcia will hit ninth.
We've talked about it before concerning Javier Vazquez facing teams that maybe he faced early in the year. He had one start against these Cardinals back on May 4th. Got a no decision, gave up 8 hits and 6 runs in 5+ innings. But the Cardinals, I think, are going to see a totally different pitcher in the game today because of the way he's pitched lately than they saw back in May. He's going to have to face that big three, as somehow you knew La Russa wouldn't give any of those guys a day off today. Last 9 starts for Javi. Look at that, 4-3, 41 strikeouts, and 10 walks over that period of time. And the Marlins have won 6 of the games, so that's a good indication as to how Javier Vazquez has pitched lately.
As Rafael Furcal climbs in, the Marlins have had good starts in this series. They got 7 innings, 2 runs off Ricky Nolasco last night. Anibal Sanchez turned in 7 1/3 and gave up 3 runs on Friday, but it didn't matter. 1-run losses both for the Fish, 2-1 last night, 3-2 on Friday, and here we go for the series finale on Sunday. Vic Carapazzo played a starring role in last night's ballgame, calls strike 1, and here we go. Ryan Theriot, Albert Pujols to follow Vazquez. Javi has been aggressive, and he gets a fly ball out to Mike Cameron in center field. That would be the first out.
Good job to get that first out quickly. We'll take a look at the defense, brought to you by Warren Henry with Lomo, Cameron, and Stanton. Greg Dobbs starting. Bonifacio and Mezick up the middle. Gabby at first. And today's catcher, we present Brett Hayes.
Ryan Theriot, who lost his shortstop job when the Cardinals acquired Rafael Furcal, takes a strike. But he does give Tony La Russa a versatile guy on the bench, a guy that can play short, second, and certainly has a good right-handed bat. Not a power guy, but a very good contact guy. Tough guy to strike out. Theriot takes another strike. You can see that one just off the plate. 0-2 coming. Wow. And it's 1-2.
It's a better pitch than the pitch before. It might have been a makeup call by Carapazzo.
Here's the 1-2 pitch. Theriot sprays it towards Meziga. Alfredo fires it over to first.
Good fastball in on the hands of Theriot.
Now we've been waiting almost 2 hours to do this. All year cooling weather report. 81 degrees, 87% humidity. Rain is lurking, and the cloud ceiling is at 3,000 feet above sea level. Never know what you'll find on the all-year cooling weather report.
And you're never sure about lurking rain either.
This would be Albert Pujols. And he fouls it back. You have to be careful with Pujols at any time during the ball game, but lately the first inning has been a big inning for him. He had a 2-run homer off of Ricky Nolasco last night. 5 homers in his last 16 first inning at bats. Vazquez misses away, and it's 1-1. Unlike Nolasco, you go down the list of the big boppers for the Cardinals, and there aren't a lot of gaudy numbers against Vazquez. Pujols sends that one out to left field. Morrison and Cameron. And Lomo gives way to Mike. Javi Vazquez, 1-2-3. And here come the Fish.
Healthcare de Florida.
I got a World Baseball Classic Puerto Rico hat on. Nice look. Warren Henry brings you the starting lineups. Emilio Bonifacio leads it off. Alfredo Amezaga in his second game back with the Fish. Mike Stan hits third. Gabby Sanchez moves up against the lefty to hit cleanup, dropping Logan Morrison to fifth. Mike Cameron a start. Greg Dobbs a start against the lefty. He's at third. Brett Hayes hits eighth, and Javi Vasquez hits ninth.
And Rich, I would hope that World Baseball Classic Puerto Rico hat would be a fan for Javier Vasquez in this one today, up against Jaime Garcia out of Mexico.
Jaime Garcia, one of the bright young stars in the game.
Off to a good start to his career. You saw the career numbers, 24 and 14. A lot of movement on all of his pitches.
One of the problems the Marlins have had offensively in this series is getting Emilio Bonifacio on base. You see the numbers. He's 1 for 14, and his double came in his first at bat of the series, that on Thursday night. Player of the month in the National League in July. It's been a tough go so far in August, but he flips around against the lefty and almost knocks Garcia over. Hit it hard, but there's one out.
And that ball would have found center field for a base hit if not for the fine play of the 25-year-old lefty Jaime Garcia. Check on the defense of the Cardinals today. Brought to you by Warren Henry. John Jay with the start in center field. You know the other guys. Descalso and for call. Terrio starting at second. Pujols at first. And Tony Cruz back-to-back starts in this one.
Here's a Amezaga. Alfredo out of Obregon, Mexico. And Garcia is out of Reynosa, Mexico. Alfredo pops it up. Terrio giving chase. And over there is Berkman. And he makes the catch. Long way to go for a big man. Berkman got there. Made a nice play.
Time to check in on the Coventry Healthcare scouting report on Jaime Garcia. Good sink and cut. Mentioned his fastball moves all over the place. He has a nice 12-6 curveball, and he'll use all 4 of his pitches. Not a whole lot of left-handers over the years in the rotation for the St. Louis Cardinals.
Mike Stanton takes down low. Stanton had a rough night last night against one of the game's best breaking balls in Chris Carpenter. Carpenter struck him out all 3 times that he faced him. Mike had a nice series going into that. He had 3 hits on Friday night. Couple of base hits on Thursday night. Pops it up. Pujols giving chase. Terrio. Oh, he makes a lunging catch in fair territory. Almost overran that. And Garcia, just like Javi Vasquez, goes 1-2-3 in the first. So we're finally underway in Miami and scoreless. Subway Monday tomorrow. Miami Herald 2 for Tuesday on Tuesday, and Wednesday a 7:10 start. Atlanta in New York right now has a 5-2 lead over the Mets. Here we are scoreless in the second inning.
Atlanta has broken out the long ball. Alex Gonzalez, Jason Hayward, Jose Constanza.
And for Constanza, his first major league homer. That guy, remember we thought he would be adios with Michael Bourne arriving? Well, the Braves decided to keep him, and it's paid off. He has been hitting close to 400. He's been on base a lot.
You and I have talked about, we'll be curious to see if Freddie Gonzalez does this. A number of games he's had Constanza hit in the number 9 spot, and his pitcher hit 8. That way he gets Constanza and Michael Bourne back to back.
0-2 pitch to Holiday, and it's outside. At Holiday, Lance Berkman, John Jay in the second. Vasquez went 1-2-3 in the first. Javi, we talked about his last 9 starts. At that point, his ERA was over 7. And he's pitched so well since. His ERA is now under 5, 4.88. And that shows you where he was the first 2 months of the season. There were times when the Marlins actually considered yanking him from the rotation.
His fastball is live this afternoon. He just threw some fastballs by a guy who's a terrific fastball hitter. Watch this, 93 with movement, and he gets Holiday.
Now Berkman, and he takes up. Berkman actually has 29 at-bats in his career against Vasquez, and is just a 172 hitter. Has homered against him. He's done just about everything to the Marlins in this series. Berkman has 6 hits. Last night a double and a single. He was 2 for 4. Tripled and doubled on Friday night. A mere 2 singles on Thursday night. To right, Stanton back now in, and he's there, and he makes the catch.
Another good fastball, this time in on Berkman, and that's why Stanton a little bit froze. He wasn't sure. He saw the big swing. He's seen Berkman hit some balls well in this series, but he got jammed, so the ball wasn't hit as well as he thought.
Both these pitchers have been very aggressive. They've gone right after hitters. There's been no nibbling.
You know, I think sometimes, and maybe both managers said to their pitchers, hey, there's a little rain in the area. You know, go after those hitters. Don't take too much time. And both pitchers look like they've done that.
Jack McKeon watching from afar. Here's the 1-0 pitch. Jack last night in his post-game comments, you see Tony La Russa as well, talked very candidly about instant replay. And in particular, he was talking about the play in right field, the Mike Stanton catch that was ruled no catch, which turned into a 2-run homer by Albert Pujols, and that was the difference in the ball game. And Jack said, look, if 4 guys on the field can't see that, which was pretty plainly a catch, he said that baseball needs to come up with some way to make plays like that right.
I think you and I agree the best way for any kind of replay is to have a 5th umpire upstairs sitting with a couple of monitors. He could have seen that and in 30 seconds made the decision.
That one's fouled back to the screen. Have you talked to any baseball official, be it a manager, even umpires, or even coming out of New York? That's the best idea, and that's the if it does take the next step, this throw the flag stuff.
Yeah, I don't want to see challenges or anything like that. All of a sudden, the umpire up here, in communication with one of the umpires down on the field, lets him know, hey, I'm going to look at this play. makes the decision, and the decision would be made quicker than the argument that took place on the field.
And that's how college football does it now. There's an extra official that has all the replays. Here's a look at that last pitch as Vasquez walks John Jay. It's right on the borderline.
It's a high straight. You don't see that pitch called too often.
But for those that say, hey, it would add time to the game, the fact of the matter is it probably would take time off the game. There's a liner into center. Mike Cameron is there, and he makes a running catch. We'll explain when we return. Mike Cameron running down a long drive off the bat of Tony Cruz. Nice play by the veteran center fielder. SportsFlorida.com and click on Game Connect. Marlins and the Cardinals today. It'll give you some really cool stuff. Updated stats, a pipeline into social media, and all kinds of this, that, and the others. So check it out. There you go. A little Game Connect as the Marlins and the Cardinals are scoreless here in the bottom of the second. Let's continue our chat as Gabby Sanchez climbs in. Logan Morrison and Mike Cameron behind him. We were discussing last night the play in right field. Vet Carapaz obviously missed it, and I'm sure he watched the replay and felt terribly after the game that he did miss it. And Jack McKeon after the game said, you know what, if we have the technology, it's stupid not to have replay and get the calls right. And I've heard the argument that, well, you can't have replay because it's going to lengthen the time of game. And here's the argument against that argument. Last night, when Mike Stanton made that catch, everybody at home sitting on their couch, we up here in the booth, everybody in the truck knew it was a catch before Jack was even out there to argue.
By the way, look at Gabby. Gabby's turned his back walking to the base because he saw Stanton catch it.
Right. So, if you have the fifth umpire or the umpiring supervisor or whatever you want to call it up in the booth, they would have known it was a catch, and they would have immediately called down, buzzed down, texted down, however they do it, pressed the big red button, and said, hey, it was a catch. Umpires turn around and say, it's a catch. Jack turns around, goes back to the dugout.
And then no arguing after that.
Well, not only no arguing, but there's no conference. The conference took about 3 minutes between all the umpires and Jack, and so if you have that replay type system in place and that's the way you run it, you do cut down on the time, and Gabby swings and misses. And remember this, Tommy. It's important to remember this. In the replay system that is now executed by Major League Baseball on a home run ball that is either fan interference or fair or foul, once the play is replayed and overruled or confirmed, there is no arguing. You cannot come out as a manager and argue a replay reversal or a replay confirmation. End of story. But it was interesting to hear the oldest manager in the game the guy that was around before old school was even a term, sit there and candidly say, hey, we've got the technology. We should have replay and more of it in the game.
And Jack doesn't even tweet. But he knows the technology. So let's hope somebody from Major League Baseball will listening.
And I think if you ask the umpires in the game, they would say they just want to get the call right. If there's a way to help them get the call right, I suspect they'd be all for it. Morrison checks his swing, and the pitch is down low. 2-1 to Morrison. Lomo going with the George Brett look. Garcia misses up. See, now that's old school, and those are stirrups. One is a strike. Morrison started towards first. And it's 3-2. Here's a look. Yep. What made it look funny was the fact that Cruz was set up out and had to reach across. But it was a strike. Morrison cranks it over the head of Pujols. Berkman a sliding stop. Lomo is not stopping. Headed to second. He is safe. That was close. Berkman with a strong throw from the corner. But Morrison didn't hesitate.
What a swing, too, on a pitch when it looked like Garcia tried to come back inside after he got the inside strike. He comes back with the fastball, gets it up a little bit. Lomo turns on it. It's our checkers double of the game. Love the way he comes out of the box. He comes out of the box in a hurry. Berkman with a terrific play in right field. Remember, for the most part of his career, he was a first baseman. He gets to the ball. Little decoy there on the reception of the throw, but Lomo got himself the double.
Mike Cameron pulls the ground ball to short for call. On to first in time.
Interesting play there. Just took place. A lot of times you're told on that ball hit in front of you, the ground ball, to hold your ground and not go to third base. However, Lomo watches the third baseman. Watch Descalso. He moves off the bag thinking the ground ball might be to him. Once he does that, Lomo is home free at third.
So that makes a Greg Dobbs at bat here in the second inning, a big one with Morrison 90 feet away in a series where the Marlins have left 31 on base and have had multiple opportunities seemingly every night to chase home more runs, and it has cost them in the series. Garcia, a breaking ball that bounces in the dirt.
So far a little trouble, and it's early in the game, Garcia's had in his 12-6 curveball. Boy, last year for Jaime Garcia, 13-8, but an ERA of 2.70.
Third in the Rookie of the Year voting. Buster Posey was the Rookie of the Year. Jason Hayward was second. Garcia was third.
Seeing Lomo get that double again last year, Jaime Garcia allowed just 5 extra base hits to lefties. That's a well-earned double by Logan Morrison.
He's from Reynosa, Mexico. Went to high school and lives in Mission, Texas. And if you're a Marlin fan, you recognize the name because that's the same town where Jorge Cantu came from. And Cantu, of course, also played Little League across the border in the United States as well. Well, Garcia has had the matchup he wanted against a lefty here, but he's gone 3-0 on Dobbs with Brett Hayes on deck. Down low, Dobbs walks. trust of the Cardinals. Steve Duncan, Tony La Russa,
Joe Pettini.
Now Hayes, who is in the 8th spot. Javi Vasquez is on deck. Hayes has done a nice job in his starts, providing an offensive spark as well. Which is not always the case with a backup catcher. Oftentimes with a backup catcher, you're happy with the defense, and if he gets a hit every now and then, you're happy with that.
Now, so far, Brett Hayes has started 18 games. This is number 19 on the year.
Logan Morrison, a 1-out double. Moved up on a ground ball. Greg Dobbs, a 4-pitch walk. Hayes goes after a low pitch, and it's 1-2. Both catchers in this game were not catchers when they were 20 years old. Hayes was a infielder when he got to the University of Nevada. Cruz as well, an infielder growing up in the Palm Coast area, and he's been moved to catcher because of his athleticism. So that's a very similar career paths for these two guys.
I think you see that often. I know years ago Bob Boone was a third baseman by trade and converted to catcher.
Changeup, turned it over on him and struck him out. Garcia pitches out of trouble. Missed opportunities for the Fish. They've had a series filled with them. Scoreless ball game, and it's the top of the third. Let's check in with Frank Fort. Frank.
All right, thanks very much, Rich. Every player and every coach who throws batting practice has their own individual way of getting loose and warming up. But for Cardinals first base coach Dave McKay, he's got his own unique style. He uses something that he invented called the throwing partner. It is a reinforced wristband with an elasticized string, for lack of a better word, attached to a baseball. This is something that he thought up and implemented. He uses this before every game. He just recently got a patent on it, and he has not played catch to warm up before a baseball game for the last 3 years since he started using it. They're going to start marketing and selling this item. He says it's a great way not only to warm up, but in the offseason, if you're having trouble finding somebody to play catch with, it's a great way to keep the arm in shape. Rich and Tommy?
Dave McKay, a former infielder with the Toronto Blue Jays and the Oakland Athletics.
That's right. Dave McKay and I were teammates in 1978 in Toronto.
Did he wrap any surgical tubing around baseballs back then and throw them around?
He did not do that.
Daniel Descalso is up, and he pops a pitch up. Gabby Sanchez calling for it. Gabby makes the catch. So Vasquez gets Descalso out. Descalso last night had 3 hits in the ball game. And here comes Jaime Garcia. We've got 2 pitchers in this game that both can handle the bat.
Yeah, we know that Javi Vasquez can, a career 200 hitter. Jaime Garcia just 4 hits, but it's a little deceiving. He has a home run this year.
It was a 3-run homer.
Well, you have to love the way Javier Vasquez is just attacking the strike zone.
Seven of 9 first pitch strikes. 1-1 to Jaime Garcia. He flattens one out. Foul. 1-2.
I think the good news, bad news, yes, we've had rain in the area, about an hour and 20-minute rain delay, but the cloud cover on an afternoon game makes it a little more tolerable out there.
That's the good news part. 92 miles an hour with a good crisp fastball.
Yeah, the bad news is that there's still a little more rain in the area. The other part of good news to that is Javi Vasquez could be, and it's hard to really tell all the pitchers, but could be, especially at 35, the most well-conditioned starting pitcher in the rotation.
I would agree with you on that. And I think he showed that, Tommy, in the game in which the Marlins endured a 2.5-hour rain delay. He had already thrown an inning.
That was against San Diego.
And he came back and gave the Marlins 4 or 5 more innings after that. And you think about, younger pitchers. A lot of organizations or a lot of younger pitchers, a lot of guys would say, yeah, I'm done. I'm all heated up. I've thrown an inning. Don't want to come back 2.5 hours later.
Well, unfortunately, in this day and age, a lot of organizations would tell that young pitcher, you're not coming back.
For calls up, the count's 1-1. Tough play. Bonifacio makes it and avoids Morrison and hangs on for dear life. Wow, that looked like Cirque du Soleil and down the left field line.
Oh, it's Cirque de Ole.
Cirque de Bone. Logan Morrison in the corner of the dugout right now, getting some attention on his knee. whether he was cut. Let's take a look and see if maybe he got clipped by Bonifacio's spike.
Watch the left knee, which is popped up.
Yeah,
No,
right across his knee.
well, what a great play by Bonifacio. Now, it looked like the right knee, the bottom knee. But knowing that Lomo was there, I guarantee Bonifacio could hear him. A tough play, but a great play by Bonifacio. And let's hope that Logan Morrison, he's getting attended to. You know he's going to want to stay in the game.
Mike Kozak, the Marlins trainer, working on that knee right now.
You had the Kurt Schilling bloody sock.
Vasquez, left
Javi!
field, deep, and that's off the wall. Javi Vasquez muscling up, and he leads off with a double here in the bottom of the third. Wow.
I told you, you have two very good hitting pitchers in this ball game. As good a hitter as Javier Vasquez is, we talked about it, an over 200 career batting average with over 100 base hits. He only has one career home run, which is surprising, and he just missed number 2.
All right, so the Marlins had a first and third situation in the second and couldn't get anyone home. Now let's see if Bonifacio can get Vasquez over, and the Marlins can get him in. Bonnie takes down low, and it's 1-0. Marlins have the only 2 hits of this ballgame. They've both been doubles. Morrison and Vasquez.
You have to be careful here that you don't bunt it too hard to the right side, because Pujols is way in. And if it's too hard, he can come up with a throw to third base.
A strike, and it's 2-1. Bonifacio didn't like the call, and he's right. It was a bad call.
I'll be quite honest, this has not been a well umpired 4-game series. And it's been collective.
Pujols is going to field it, but it's soft enough. Oh, wow, that was close. But Pujols didn't panic, and Terrio got there just in time. Bonifacio really scooted up the line. The Marlins moved the runner to third.
A couple of keys to this play. First of all, Pujols with the bare hand. Boy, that's bang, bang. And Terrio over there quickly from his position at second base, and they got him.
That's a good call by Marty Foster.
Good call by Foster. And a nice bunt by Bonifacio.
Now it's incumbent on Amezaga to chase home the run. Let's see if the Cardinal middle infield comes crashing in, or if they stay back. They stayed back on that fastball, and it's 0-1. So for Call and Terrio up the middle are deep, with Descalso and Pujols even at the corners. Remember, you've got a pitcher in Javi Vasquez running at third base. Now the infielders creep in. And Amezaga's in an 0-2 hole.
And now I don't even think they'll creep in. With the count 0-2, they'll probably just start in.
Amezaga last night was 1 for 4, but it was a big strikeout in the 7th. Octavio Dotel punched him out to finish off the inning, and the Marlins had a couple runners aboard. There's a ground ball into left field, a base hit, and Amezaga comes through. Vasquez scores, and the Marlins are on the board.
I'm sure Javier Vasquez was not going on contact, as something that Joe Espada was talking to him about. Here's the ground ball. He waits. He's not going on contact. Once the ball got through, then he scored easily. So good job by Amezaga. Looked like he got the breaking ball again from Garcia.
If Furcal is deep, he probably is able to get to that ball in the hole. But he came in, and Amezaga snuck it through. That one sneaks through the legs of Cruz, and Amezaga now at second base.
And the other thing to think about, if Furcal is deep, Vasquez might be going on contact. So it all depends on where the infielders are playing.
Anibal Sanchez helping out his buddy. And I know that the discussion is about nearly hitting it out of the ballpark. His double off the wall.
They're not talking about pitching or his base running.
They got another run out there with Amezaga in scoring position. Stanton takes. It's 2-0. See what he gets. 2-0. Garcia's up. Garcia, not a guy that gives up a lot of walks. This is start number 24. He had just 35 walks coming in. He walked Dobbs back in the second, and he's behind Stanton here 3-0. Let's see if Big Mike's got the green light. Looked like a batting practice fastball at 88. There's the changeup at 84.
Got a good changeup. Struck out Brett Hayes with a good changeup.
Three-two. Buried it, and Stanton is aboard. Here comes Gabby.
Good job by Tony Cruz, the catcher, to smother that ball and keep Amezaga from advancing.
Tony La Russa and the Cardinals have an off day tomorrow, and St. Louis will head home after this road trip, which took them from Milwaukee, where they dropped 2 of 3, to South Florida, where they've won 3 in a row, and waiting for them on Tuesday night, those same Milwaukee Brewers. So a 3-game series against Milwaukee. That St. Louis is always such a great place to watch a ball game, but that really will be something. That 3-game series in the middle of August between the Brewers and the Cardinals.
Yeah, after a little controversy at Miller Park, so that'll be an interesting series in St. Louis.
Even though the Cardinals have come down here and won 3 in a row, Milwaukee has answered. They've won 3 in a row. And so St. Louis is still 3 back in the Central to start things. The Braves, and you pointed this out before the ballgame, the Braves have the second best record in the National League, but they are 9.5 games back in the East.
Yeah, right now the Phillies are unreal.
74-39 are Philadelphia.
Phillies have won 9 straight. They have not lost with Hunter Pence.
The Dodgers did beat Arizona last night, so Arizona opens play a half game behind the Giants in the West. Here, Jaime Garcia, who's 10-5, facing the Fish. The Marlins have the first run. Gabby Sanchez fouls it. The count's 1-1.
Rich, do you realize we don't go to Milwaukee until September 23rd, 24th, and 25th? Those are the final 3 road games of the season.
I know, I'm already booking travel for that, and it's like, really? We haven't been to Milwaukee?
We haven't been to Milwaukee.
Marlins haven't been to Pittsburgh either. They get there in early September. That changeup has been Garcia's most effective pitch so far. He hasn't had the best of control with his fastball.
Nor with the 12-6 curveball, but you're right, the changeup's been his best pitch to this point.
you see a good changeup from a lefty that turns over like that. Gabby, a chopper to third. Descalso gets it out there. Terrio turns it. Wow, that was quick. 5-4-3. The Cardinal infield finishes the inning, but the Marlins get a run. of August, and the postgame concert is RKM and Ken Y, presented by AT&T. Marlins and Giants, and an electric live postgame concert after the ball game.
Could be a spinoff of REM.
Or Ken Lee might make a guest appearance with Ken Y. 1-877 Marlins, or go to marlins.com. Terrio takes a strike. Brian Terrio, Albert Pujols, Matt Holliday, Javi Vasquez into the fourth. His ball club has put a run on the board. Vasquez has struck out a pair. He has walked one. He got Terrio to bounce out his first time up.
You talked about Terrio earlier, the fact that 85 starts at short, but the Cardinals just didn't think they were getting the range, a little better range for call. But offensively, he had a 20-game hitting streak earlier this year.
Yeah, he was a big upgrade from Brendan Ryan, who was their shortstop the last couple of seasons. And although Ryan was off the charts in terms of UZR and range factor and all those defensive metrics, he couldn't hit a lick, and so naturally Seattle acquired him and put him at shortstop up in the Northwest.
Don't they read those things?
Yeah, they like that defensive stuff, but the offense. But there's a place in the game for a guy like a Brendan Ryan if you have enough offense around him where you can put him at short and hit him 8th in the National League or 9th in the American League.
Or maybe even at second. A guy by the name of Jamie Carroll has had a great career and is that type of player.
But the Cardinals want a little more offense out of their shortstop, so Terrio was out there, and he was giving him offense, as Tommy pointed out, but his error total had rocketed up to 16. And that was midway through the season. Smokes that one right at the feet of Dobbs, who makes the catch.
Terrio, a few years ago in 08, hit 307 for the Cubs.
AT&T trivia question. Here it is. In Javi Vasquez's rookie season, name 3 other starters from that rotation and the closer for the Expos. And that was 1998.
1998.
And I have to excuse myself because I got to write.
Yeah, and you and I kind of discussed this. I came up with a couple that were right, and I came up with a couple that were wrong. And I had no idea on the closer.
Well, the closer has played a big role in Marlins history. Pujols drives it to right. It's deep. Stanton is back, and he leaps, and it's gone. Albert Pujols has done it again. His third homer of the series. He ties the game at 1.
That's his second career home run against Javi Vasquez. And just an incredible series is Pujols having. He acknowledges some of the Cardinal fans that are here at this game. A little bit of a hanger, stayed up. It's amazing. These three hitters in the middle of the lineup, I think every time this series, when a Marlin pitcher has made a mistake, it's really had to pay for their mistake.
For Vasquez, it's the 18th home run he's given up this year. And here's Holiday. And he takes outside. Holiday struck out back in the second. Got Berkman coming up this inning as well. So a 1-1 game now. You talk about the long ball, and it's been present for the Cardinals. Tommy, it's been absent for the Marlins in this series. And the Marlins hit a ton of home runs on the last road trip, a 6-2 trip. Even in New York, Omar Infante was pumping balls out of the ballpark.
Boy, Pujols on his way to his 11th consecutive years of 30 or more home runs.
And as we said last night, if he decides, you know what, my career is done, I think I want to go sailing around the world, he's in the Hall of Fame.
He can sail into Cooperstown in 5 years.
You can hear in the background the clouds rumbling, a little bit of thunder. There is a drizzle that's starting to fall on the field right now. The Marlins and the Cardinals were delayed by 1 hour and 21 minutes before the start of this one. And the hardest working grounds crew in sports, not just in baseball, but in sports, getting ready. Vasquez gets strikeout number 3.
We talked about the lefty, Jaime Garcia. Probably his best pitch has been the changeup. I think the best pitch for Javi today has been his fastball. And the tarps are covering the bullpen mounds right now, so both bullpens are being protected.
I think the umpires here are going to maybe err on the side of let's play through it if they can. On a getaway Sunday, the end of a 4-game series. Especially now that both starting pitchers have heated up and are into this game 3-4 innings. 1-0 pitch to Berkman. That one is fouled back and out of play.
And again, a good fastball by Javier Vasquez.
Vasquez, and you've really seen the competitor in him kind of come back out in the last month and a half. I think what the Marlins saw, and it surprised a lot of people, that his first month and a half, 2 months, he looked like a guy that didn't have confidence. He didn't have his fastball.
He talked about that.
And he said that. He said, I just don't feel it. And a lot of work with Randy St. Clair. A lot of time in the bullpen. They really focused on getting his lower body into the delivery. And magically, and with all that work, his fastball came back, and along with that came the confidence. I mean, just the way he stands on the mound before he goes into his windup, that even looks different now. He has a, I don't want to say a swagger, but an air of confidence around him now when he delivers a pitch.
His first 8 starts, he allowed 39 runs.
ball in the air. Bonifacio calling for it, and he makes the catch. So Javi Vasquez gives up a homer to Albert Pujols, and it's 1-1. Florida is brought to you by Florida Power and Light. FPL is working to make its system stronger, smarter, cleaner, and even more efficient. Visit FPLConnect.com to learn more. And by Coventry Healthcare of Florida, lighting the way to better health. Collector's items. Marlins, of course, going to be changing their logo, their name. They'll be the Miami Marlins. November 11th is when the Marlins will unveil their new uniforms, new logos, new look. And April 4th is when the Marlins will open their new ballpark for real against an opponent to be named later.
A lot of rumors. These are rumors that that opponent could be the St. Louis Cardinals.
Morrison doubled his first time up. Garcia misses down low. It's 1-1.
And Logan Morrison had that right knee tended to in the dugout, so he appears to be okay after that semi-collision with Bonifacio.
Garcia drops in a strike, and he's out in front 1-2. He strikes him out.
Hasn't used the slider a whole lot today, but he used it there. Good.
Third strikeout for Jaime Garcia. Mike Cameron is coming up. The Braves will be here tomorrow night. They are in New York right now in the top of the 7th inning. Atlanta leads the Mets 5-4. Change up for a strike.
Both Uggla and Freddie Freeman hitless. Freeman at 20 games with his hit streak. Dan Uggla at 27. How about the note that during Dan Uggla's 27-game hitting streak, he's hit 11 of his 24 home runs. 11 of them come on the 27-game streak.
The Cardinals have to be looking up at the scoreboard and saying to themselves, come on, Houston Astros, put up a fight, will you? Milwaukee 4-0 over Houston in the top of the 5th. Prince Fielder his 26th. And the Pirates are getting shut out 4-0. San Diego on top in the 7th. Suddenly Garcia has kicked it in gear. A strikeout of Morrison and Cameron.
That changeup again. There's another name we didn't mention last night when we were talking about MVP candidates, would be Prince Fielder too.
Oh, we haven't. All right, let's throw out some Expo starters from that team.
I kept coming up with Tony Armas Jr. because it seemed like he always pitched against the Marlins. But that was incorrect.
Dustin Hermanson, Carlos Perez, Carl Pavano, Mike Thurman, Miguel Batista, and the closer was Ugueth Urbina. That was back in Javier Vasquez rookie season.
1998.
Mike Mordecai was on that team.
They had a couple of guys that would go on, Pavano and Urbina, and be instrumental in Marlins history.
The 2-1. Garcia evens the count at 2-2.
Another Tommy John survivor. Tommy John surgery in September of 08 for Jaime Garcia. 22nd round pick.
Have there ever been any Tommy John guys that have not?
Yeah, yeah, there have been. I think the percentage is much greater now with the advances that they've made. But yeah, I don't know who, but you go back and look, everybody that had Tommy John surgery wasn't successful.
Dobbs with a 2-out single. Thankfully, Tommy John was successful himself, because then they wouldn't be calling it Tommy John surgery.
Yeah, just think if that hadn't gone right.
No. Might be called Craig Leffert surgery or some other lefty from the 70s.
Yeah, the Frank Tanana surgery.
Yeah. Now Hayes. Cruz smothers it, and it's 2-0. Hayes struck out in the second. The Marlins had runners at first and third when he did. Fish got a run in the third on the Alfredo Amezaga single. But remember, Gabby Sanchez bounced into a double play, and that turned a first and second 1-out situation into the end of the inning. The Marlins have left 3 on, which adds to their total now. 34 left on in this series.
And Jack can set up those situations, see runners get on base, and then he has to hope his offense can perform.
Right now, Jack is drawn with Vic Carapazza. Jack is bringing up last night, as you can hear. He felt that Garcia was not stopping completely before coming to the plate. Hayes swings and misses. Full count, 3-2. Hayes drives it right center field. Jay is there, and he makes the catch. Brett Hayes hit it hard. John Jay runs it down. Marlins come up empty. For the books, 1-1. Brought to you by Just for Men Mustache and Beard. He's at it again. Albert Pujols, third home run of the series. Took a slider on the outside part, drove it into right field. And for the Cardinals, that's their only run. The Marlins got a run on an Alfredo Amezaga single. Rain clouds have been dancing back and forth above the stadium here. But Javi Vasquez and Jaime Garcia have both been sharp. John Jay, Tony Cruz, Daniel Descalso, top of the fifth. Breaking ball and a strike to Jay, who walked back in the second. Jay's an interesting hitter to watch. He has a very pronounced hitch.
Yeah, when a hitter has that, and you see a few that do, where they get in slumps is the timing gets off. He's got to get that hitch and get the hands back up at the right time. I mean, the hitch is just for him a mechanism to just kind of get it going. Drops his hands and then gets him right back up in a hitting position.
If you talk to any hitting coach, they'll tell you that 98% of the hitters all arrive at the same spot. The launch position is what I think Charlie Lau used to call it. And it doesn't matter how you get there as long as you get there at the right time.
And there's always a little take back.
In fact, talking to Dan Uggla when we were in Atlanta, Uggla was talking about his hit streak and his hot streak, and he talked about his timing with his front foot.
Well, Jay's got a couple of things going on. He's got the leg kick and the little hitch. So he has to be right on time with everything. Good fastball. Didn't miss by much. But he's also shown he's a nice outfielder. He got a good jump on that ball hit by Brett Hayes.
Yeah, he's played well in center field. Here's a 3-2. Swing and a miss. So an out here in the fifth. The NFL is back and Fox's coverage begins with a preseason special. The Buccaneers head to Kansas City to take on the Chiefs. Coverage begins on Friday, August 12th at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific in high definition. Now Tony Cruz at the plate. Speaking of John Jay in center field, I don't know that we've mentioned this name the entire 4-game series. one of the big pieces in that 8-player deal with the White Sox and the Blue Jays, Colby Rasmus.
I think we've mentioned it. We haven't really gotten into it a lot. Kind of an interesting young player who just didn't seem to fit with St. Louis.
No, there were some issues with his father, who had been his hitting coach through high school, and continuing to tutor him as he was in the big leagues.
And on the other hand, you would think that the Toronto Blue Jays have gotten a good young outfielder.
Very good defensive outfielder. And the challenge is getting to Toronto and hitting. And that's, you talk to a guy like John Buck, and he'll sing the praises of Dwayne Murphy.
Good ballpark to hit in.
Good ballpark to hit in. 1-2. Good sharp breaking ball. And Vasquez has punched out the first 2 here in the 5th.
Well, he's used the fastball, but then puts away Cruz with a nice slider. Gets him to chase that slider off the outside part of the plate.
Daniel Descalso now. Cardinal third baseman. He popped out back in the 3rd.
Of course, the Blue Jays always battling in that American League East.
Right now they're having trouble keeping Mark Reynolds in the ballpark in Baltimore. They do have a 7-2 lead, but Reynolds has hit a pair of home runs. Reynolds now with 26.
I was going to say he's going to have 30 this year.
I haven't looked at his strikeout numbers this year, have you?
But I know you're on your way.
I'm on my way. Scrolling. I'll get there next half inning. Descalso, a liner that Meziga spears halfway through a 1-1 game. It's a 1-1 ball game in the bottom of the 5th. Javi Vasquez, who bounced one off the wall and left for a double when he led off the 3rd, opens up the 5th, our Subway 5th inning. Cardinals have a run, and you just saw the one hit. Another Albert Pujols home run. This one to right field. The Marlins have 4 hits. Jaime Garcia and Vasquez both have been sharp.
Yeah, the 2 hardest hit balls by the Fish today, Javi's double and Logan Morrison's double.
4 strikeouts for Garcia. He gets a strike. Mark Reynolds, by the way, 24 homers, 126 strikeouts. He's set the major league record 2 seasons ago at 223. Vasquez, ground ball, Descalso dives high. He's safe. Vasquez got under it. That may be a base hit.
I think it should be, and it is. A tough play for Daniel Descalso. He makes a nice play to pick this ball. Looked like he was going into left field. He had a little trouble with his footing, and the throw pulls Pujols off the bag. But a base hit, infield single. Javi ducking, just enough.
Wow, that is close. That's close. And Marty Foster did have the best angle because as a first base umpire, you're up the line. So to see that sweep tag.
And there wasn't a big argument by Pujols.
No. Bonifacio now. Twice Bonifacio's been in a spot where he's tried to move Vasquez up. So Javi's been the Marlins' best hitter today. He's 2 for 2. Bonifacio did sacrifice him from second to third, back in the third. Garcia misses down low. It's 2-0. Drizzle continues to fall here. The field still in very good shape. Grounds crew did a nice job to get the tarp out when the skies opened up about 45 minutes before first pitch. 3-0 to Bonifacio. You've got a Meziga on deck. If he walks Bonifacio, then you've got an excellent bunter in a Meziga who could move the 2 runners up. Splits the plate. 3-1.
Talked about Vasquez and the type of hitter he's been.
What happened there? Bonifacio looked like he was headed to the dugout. I'm not sure what's going on.
And Javi Vasquez headed to second base.
Was there a balk called? Here comes La Russa. Did they call a balk?
Usually you see a couple of umpires pull their hands up and on a balk
and this
ball.
may have been what Jack was arguing about, that he didn't come to a stop.
Sometimes you watch the first base umpire. Yeah, he's calling it. See if he stops. Well, if he pauses all the time about chest high, because he kind of pauses above his belt, he does that all the time. He really didn't balk there, but it's not a very distinctive pause. And who knows what Jack had mentioned earlier kind of perked him up, got him looking, and it was called.
You take away the strike, correct? I think Bonnie thought
it's not a pitch.
It's not a pitch. So I believe the count should be 3-0.
And I think it is.
I think maybe what Bonnie thought was that instead of hearing balk, he heard ball, and he thought maybe it was ball 4, because he was bolting out of the box, headed either towards the dugout or towards first base. Pushes a bunt. This is going to be a tough play, and he beats it. So Emilio Bonifacio with a bunt single. Vasquez is now at third, and here comes a Meziga.
Well, trying to get that bunt down again to move Vasquez to third. This time it's a better bunt. High in the air, and the only guy that could feel that is Garcia, and he has no chance to get Bonifacio as we get to watch his speed going up the line. halfway there, he knows they're not going to get him at first base. And that snaps an 0 for 14 that Bonnie was on.
So here's a Meziga. The middle infield is back for a double play. You've also got the possibility that Bonifacio may be running at first. There's a lot of things that could happen here. Notice a much longer pause there by Garcia. He came set and sat there until the Meziga called timeout.
It gives you an idea of sometimes how a manager can chirp a little bit and get on an umpire respectfully. But he kind of plants a seed sometime. I think Jack did that.
Marlins have a nice opportunity here in the bottom of the fifth with rain lurking. And Garcia seems unnerved right now
after the balk call,
because it looks like he's changed his whole routine from the stretch.
His catcher, Cruz, for call comes in. They may try to talk to him about that.
Two 2-0 to a Meziga. You've got Stanton looming on deck. And Meziga goes after a 2-0 pitch and pops it up. Descalso reaches and he can't get it. Daniel Descalso nearly went into the seats. I'm stunned that Meziga swung at a 2-0 pitch.
Yeah, we've seen the process. Actually, Descalso got a little too far inward and then had to reach back. He had a clear shot and just misfired. We've seen Bonifacio take this pitch all year, 2-0. And I'm with you. I was totally surprised that Meziga swung at that pitch.
Now you've got the possibility that Bonifacio might be on the move. Remember, Tavi Vasquez across the diamond at third base. A Meziga ground ball for Cole's coming home, and Vasquez is out. That's a great play by Rafael Furcal.
I think Furcal he's a veteran. He senses this is certainly going to be a low-scoring, close game. Could take the double play, because you'd get the double play on that ball, but then you'd give up a run. Furcal decided just go to the plate, cruise right out there to kind of slide Javi in the other direction to get the tag on him. And a big out for St. Louis, and a nice play by Furcal.
Now it's Stanton who has walked and popped out. See, that's why swinging at the 2-0 pitch for a Meziga, as wild as Garcia has been since that balk call, was a real puzzler.
And if the Marlins failed to score in this inning, first and third and nobody out, this will hurt. They need to get a run.
Stanton didn't go.
Stanton hasn't seen a whole lot to hit today.
Well, 2-0 to Mike Stanton is different than 2-0 to Alfredo Meziga.
Yeah, it doesn't mean he's going to get a 2-0 fastball. And he can swing if he gets a good pitch. Gets that changeup.
Gabby Sanchez is on deck. Well, 3-0, he came out of his shoes.
Yeah, you knew the green light would be there, and rightfully so.
See what he gets. 3-1. Got good speed out there. In the dirt. Bags loaded. Here comes Gabby.
Saw the 3-0 fastball, and then Garcia came back with that 3-1 changeup. I think one of the impressive numbers on Jaime Garcia this year, he's 5-1 with an ERA about 1.5 against the National League East. I think a lot of that goes to the fact that he's left-handed. We've talked about left-handers against the Braves, against the Phillies.
That's a great point. He's also been terrific at home, not so much on the road. Pitch is up. His road ERA is 4.79. His home ERA is a slender 1.56.
Yeah, and we talked about at the very beginning of the game, he's gotten over 6 runs of support in his starts this year, too. 3rd highest in the National League. Right now, you're right, he's having trouble getting the fastball and the changeup over. The changeup's been his go-to pitch all day, but this inning he's had trouble getting that over.
.90 pitches after a quick 1-2-3 start in the first. The Marlins have had a base runner every inning after that, and they're loaded here with 1 out. 2-0. A strike. Gabby didn't like the call, and he walks away from Vic Carapazza. Looked like a changeup. It dove at the last minute. Let's see where it ended up. Well, at the knees, according to Fox Tracks. And again, the strike zone starts at the front of home plate, not where the catcher catches it.
Come on, Gabby!
Pujols is not holding Stanton on at first. He's got an enormous lead. Gabby fouls it back. It's 2-2. Garcia seems to have a couple of speeds on his fastball. His changeup usually comes in the low 80s.
Yeah, and the fastball, he can cut it, he can sink it. So it moves both directions, too.
Slow ground ball. Descalso's only play is to first, and the Marlins get a run. Bonifacio comes across. Gabby picks up the RBI. And here comes Logan Morrison.
The benefit of just making contact. Good pitch. Out of all these pitches, all of a sudden he went with a breaking ball. He got it in on the hands of Gabby, but he got enough of it. Wasn't it hard enough to be a double play? And contact there, gets a run in.
Now Morrison, who doubled in the second and then struck out in the fourth. Lomo hit the fastball his first at bat. He got nothing but breaking balls his next AB.
Yeah, and it has seemed like in this series, scoring runs has been difficult. A lot of opportunities. Had a run scored there on a little jam chopper. Had a run scored last night on Wise being hit by a pitch. It's the only run last night.
Yeah, the Marlins did not have an extra base hit last night. They have a couple of doubles in this one. And to your point, one of the biggest plays in this inning was the balk, which sent Vasquez to second and kind of unnerved Jaime Garcia.
He's really gotten his pitch count up, too, closing in on 100.
1-2 to Logan Morrison. Got him. Breaking ball again. So with all that action, the walk, the balk, the infield hit, the bunt single, Marlins squeeze out a run.
Español vía SAP y es presentado por KFC.
Tommy, that's a Prada rain slicker there. I know that. It's a designer label.
You've seen that before, yeah?
I have.
What season is the question, Rich?
It works all seasons down here in South Florida, guys. Cookie and Raul will join us now. Staying dry, I take it, over there.
You know it. How are you guys?
How you doing?
Good, good. This has been agony watching the Marlins try to score runs against the Cardinals in this series.
It's been tough. I mean, they've had plenty of opportunities, and it just seems like they haven't had the luck in some instances, and sometimes it seems like they're just trying a little too hard. What do you guys think?
Well, they haven't gotten that big hit. I mean, last night their only run was on a hit batter. Got the go-ahead run here on an infield out, but a productive out, better than striking out. But they just haven't come up with that big hit.
Well, I think that Vasquez took things on his own matters. You know, he hit 2 for 2, and he helped himself with a double, and then scored a run, and then another hit on this 5th inning. But we haven't been able to capitalize on the men on bases that we have. We have 7 men on bases already left, and we should have a little bit more than just 2 runs.
Yeah, and it looks like it's the end of the road for Jaime Garcia as Corey Patterson's going to take the at-bat. All right, guys, have a good show.
All right, guys.
Thanks, you too.
Have a good one.
Look at Jack there motioning to the infield. Be alive. This guy likes to bunt once in a while, so be careful.
So Mitchell Boggs ready in the pen, so Patterson takes the AB as he pinch hits here in the 6th. Then you got Furcal and Terrio. Breaking ball from Vasquez for a strike.
I always thought that's a great pitch to a pinch hitter. Just a nice get-me-over curveball. Doesn't have to be a great curveball because a pinch hitter comes off the bench. He wants to be aggressive, probably looking for a fastball.
And he gets a changeup on the next pitch, and he pops it up. Bonifacio! Logan Morrison, the ball drops. He had Morrison coming in, Bonifacio out. I'm not sure whose glove it stuck in and then fell out. It might have been Bonifacio's. But miscommunication or no communication in the outfield.
Yeah, these are difficult when you have an in-between. It's a ball that Logan Morrison has to take charge of and really come after it. It looks like it's off his glove and then somehow finds its way near Bonifacio's. It's almost caught.
And that's the second time that those two have nearly run into each other.
But it's a ball that has to be an out.
Yes, it does.
It's a good pitch by Vasquez, a ball that needs to be an out.
So Peterson ends up with a double, and the bunt is popped up. Bonifacio runs it down. Wow. That's one of the longest bunts you'll ever see. Furcal popped it over the head of Dobbs, but Bonifacio alertly got there.
It's an amazing reaction by Bonifacio. A long way to go on a shallow pop fly. Not up in the air that much. He just quickly got over there, and Peterson remains at second. That's the key.
Well, Vasquez here in the sixth really being tested now. The bloop double by Peterson. Now he's got Terrio, who lined out his last time up, and Pujols behind him.
When you're not scoring runs, and the Marlins are having trouble scoring runs, then you have to do all those little things, offensively and defensively, and part of those little things is making plays like that shallow fly ball. That's part of the deal. You're not scoring runs, you got to make those plays.
This has gone from a drizzle almost to a steady rain here. The grounds crew came out and worked on the plate and the mound area in between innings. Great speed with Peterson at second. Terrio lifts it in the air to right. Stanton is there. Mike makes the catch. So Vasquez has the 2 outs, but now comes the tough one with Albert Pujols.
This will be interesting. Pujols, of course, hit the home run for the first run. Hit a breaking ball that was up a little bit. You do have first base open. You have Holiday on deck. Vasquez has struck out Holiday twice. He's pitched him a little bit better than he's pitched Pujols. But we'll see. It's almost like pick your poison.
They're going to pick Holiday and walk Pujols.
This is good. This takes it out of the decision of Javi Vasquez.
Jack McKeon wants Vasquez to go after Holiday. Holiday has a homer and 6 RBIs in the series. As Tommy pointed out, he struck out twice in this one.
Yet he did come into the game 4 for 10 in his career against Javier Vasquez. Matt Holiday with 198 career home runs.
Brett Hayes out to the mound. Holiday as well. One of the top slugging percentages in the National League. He's top 5 there. He's actually 4th. With runners in scoring position, he's 4th in the National League. 2nd in on-base percentage. Fans, you can present your Miccosukee Ultimate Reward Players Club card at the stadium box office starting 2 hours prior to any Marlins home game and get a $10 discount on up to 8 infield box seats. Offer cannot be combined and is subject to availability. Miccosukee Resort and Gaming, get in the game. Well, here it is. The Marlins going after Holiday. Vasquez with runners first and second. Liner into right, that's a base hit. Stanton overhand, he can't get it. It's off his glove. It rolls to Cameron. His throw into second. Holiday is in. And the strategy backfires. 2-2. Holiday will get a single and an RBI. The error on Mike Stanton in right field.
Mike trying to rush this play, and really in hindsight he has to realize he does have 9 assists and he's made some great throws, but he's not going to throw out Peterson. Peterson got a great jump and has good speed, but he's going to score easily, and by rushing it now both runners advance another 90 feet. Pujols and Holiday.
And the Marlins are going to walk Lance Berkman now to pitch to John Jay. And remember, the inning started on a pop-up in shallow left field that should have been caught. And so as you backtrack through the inning, it never should have gotten to the point of, do you pitch to Pujols or do you pitch to Holiday?
Could have had a 1-2-3 inning.
So it's Jay who has walked and struck out, and there's no place to put him, obviously. Vasquez, 84 pitches. First pitch changeup, and a strike. It's 0-1. Bases filled with Cardinals. Vasquez working on Jay. 0-1 coming. Just missed. Pujols was intentionally walked to pitch to Holiday, who banged one into right for an RBI single. The Stanton error moved him to second. Berkman was intentionally walked. Now it's 1-1 on Jay. Change up in the dirt.
So he's one of the negatives of walking the bases loaded. You have a lot more pressure on that pitcher. Javi, a veteran, he's able to handle that.
Two one coming. Jay with a little looper. That's going to fall in for a base hit. 2-run score. From a bloop double to 2 intentional walks to a big inning.
The difference in the Cardinals and the Marlins in this series, be they bloops or not, they're getting hits when they're needed and when they count. That was a bloop. It was a good pitch by Vasquez, in on the hands, but John Jay with a big hit for the Cardinals. They've capitalized, the Marlins haven't.
Tony Cruz is the hitter. And a frustrating afternoon for Jack McKeon on the Marlins bench. Cruz is lined out and struck out. 0-1. Cardinals have just 4 hits in the ball game. 3 of them have come here in the 6th inning. Quickly, it's 0-2. The infield is starting to show signs of puddles. See it behind second, over on the left side of the infield as well. You got to think the grounds crew will be out there between innings. And Javi Vasquez ends what was a long top of the 6th and a messy one for the Marlins. John Jay delivers a couple with a bloop single. It's 4-2. Check in with Frank Fort.
All right, thanks, Rich. Just a couple of rehab updates for the Marlins. Relief pitcher Ryan Webb, who is trying to come back, pitched 2 innings in Gulf Coast yesterday. 2 innings, 2 hits, no runs, 2 strikeouts. And I know we've gotten some emails on our email Tuesdays about Alex Sanabia. Alex, of course, experienced elbow problems starting way back in the spring. He has just recently come back. He's made 3 starts for the Gulf Coast Marlins. Just 1 inning his first time out as they're easing him back into it. A total of 8 innings, giving up 5 hits and 1 unearned run, walking 1 while striking out 5 in his 3 starts. So Sanabia on the way back, but the Marlins are going to be very cautious with him with that elbow problem. Again, he's not really stretched out yet, but those are your rehab updates for today. Rich?
All right, thank you, Frank. Corey Patterson stays in the ball game, so in a double switch, Patterson remains. John Jay, who just delivered that big hit, comes out of the game, and that's where Mitchell Boggs resides in the Cardinal order.
Second appearance for Boggs in this series. He pitched an inning in the second game of the series. Another one of those hard throwers. Right-hander with a good live fastball, good sink to it, hard slider.
Alan Sigwar, the head groundskeeper, and the umpires, one of the umpires, I think it was third base umpire Jeff Nelson, actually came in and asked for more Diamond Dry on the field. And not only do they have the bags, but Marlins have one of the best Diamond Dry spreaders in that little cart, and that's a pretty cool deal. All right, our poll question, 789-789, Tickets of America. What's your favorite Amezaga moment? The dancing Amezaga is at 39%, tied with the Amezaga play. We showed you all those in the rain delay. And we'll give them to you here. This is the hair portion of the Amezaga video clip.
Many different do's from Alfredo.
That's the cornrow look. Now, Amezaga with Miggy.
It's always a good pairing.
They were a popular dance couple. Linked romantically there. And here's the Amezaga play. And, of course, many different Amezaga dances.
I think the great part about that is that Ugla was able to follow along.
That's pretty impressive. Ugla has a base hit today, by the way.
He got it his last at bat. He'd been 0 for 4.
Yeah, Atlanta has taken a 6-5 lead over the Mets.
So a 28-game hitting streak Dan Ugla will bring into this series starting tomorrow night.
See, now that's a spreader right there.
Where was it?
New York.
That they had one guy
with a little bag.
And
it took an hour for them to get the infield ready.
That's right. That's a spreader.
Sundays, and this qualifies as one, on Fox Sports Florida, join Tom Brokaw for Boys in the Hall, the personal stories of some of baseball's greatest legends. This week it's Juan Marichal, Boys in the Hall. Later today, presented by Subway Restaurants, where winners eat.
I challenge folks who like to go to Baseball Reference and look at stats on different players. Look at some of the stats and some of the years that Juan Marichal had, and he never won the Cy Young. Of course, he was in competition with Sandy Koufax a number of those years, but just some incredible numbers. Talk about the Braves coming to town. It'll be Derek Lowe and Brad Hand in the game tomorrow night. Brandon Beachy, Clay Hensley on Tuesday, and Tim Hudson, Anibal Sanchez on Wednesday.
Look, he's got spreader number 2 ready to go. A full load. How impressive is that? Not just one spreader, but 2 spreaders.
Well, 2 spreads are always better than one.
You are so right, Tommy Hutton. We'll be back after this. Tend to the field. It's coming, though. The ballpark is close to 80% finished. And pretty soon, the Marlins will be able to allow fans that want to buy tickets to actually walk into the place and look at the seat they want to buy. That day is coming as well.
Think how comfortable that'll be on a day game, a nice Sunday afternoon when it might be hot and humid outside. Could be some rain in the area. And how comfortable that'll be sitting there watching the Marlins play.
course, the Marlins will open against the Yankees in 2 exhibition games, the first and the second. And then on the 4th, the Marlins will open the regular season with just 1 game and then a short road trip while they assess that first ball game. It's starting to rain a lot harder now, and I know they're just putting stuff on the infield, but if it continues to rain like this, pretty soon there'll be a tarp out there on the infield. And the Cardinals right now, you know, it just occurred to me that if the heavens were to open up right now and this game were to be washed out,
it would revert back to the 5th inning, because the Marlins haven't had a chance to bat here in the bottom of the 6th. So if it reverted back, it would be a 2-1 Marlins lead. Let the heavens open up.
Yeah, well, I don't think the Cardinals are going anywhere.
I don't think so.
For the next 48 hours. They don't play tomorrow. They're not going to give up a 4-2 lead.
No, they're not.
They're going to wait forever. But it's our job here, Tommy, to entertain the kids and the folks at home. So we're not sure what we got for you, but we'll do something.
We'll come up with something.
All right. Stick around. All right, back we are. The infield has been tended to somewhat, and Mitchell Boggs misses up high to Mike Cameron. Boggs' job is to hang on to this 4-2 lead and get the bottom of the 6th in the books. You've got Cameron, Greg Dobbs, and Brett Hayes scheduled against the hard-throwing right-hander Mitchell Boggs. Berkman gets a face full of rain and a fly ball, all in one, as the rain continues to come down. Now the infield, Tommy, they did put Diamond Dry and spread it around, but there still are some slick spots out there.
Yeah, there's some spots right over here in the second base area. A little bit over on the left side. And you're right, it just has continued to come down. It hasn't been intermittent, as they say. The other thing that's been a continuation in this series has been the Cardinals bullpen. They have been tremendous. Cardinals bullpen has given up just 1 run in this series.
There's not much room under that overhang.
Yeah, up close and personal in the Cardinal bullpen.
Rookies get the outside spots. Veterans get to stay dry. Gerald Laird down there, backup catcher. Dobbs goes after a fastball. It's 2-2. Mike Dunn in the bullpen. 3-2 coming to Dobbs.
We talked about the St. Louis bullpen in this series. This is before this inning started by Mitchell Boggs. 11 in the third innings, 15 strikeouts. They've gotten the 3 saves and just the 1 run for an ERA of 0.79.
Dobbs a sharp ground ball. Backhanded there by Terrio, and that ball went from grass to diamond dry to mud to Terrio's glove. It's
and
a nice
I think
play.
because of all of that, slowed it up a little bit. Yeah, there might be a time that ball gets through the infield.
Brett Hayes lined out and struck out. Boggs misses. He's fallen behind 2-0. Dwayne Wise is on deck. Mike Dunn in the bullpen for the Fish. Catches the corner as well. Last night it was Octavio Dotel, Jason Mott, Mark Zepchinski, Fernando Salas. Boggs worked on Friday night along with Jason Mott and Lance Lynn. That's a base hit. Down the line it goes. It rolls into the corner. Holiday over to get it. And Hayes will stop at second with a double.
When limited playing time, that's double number 7 for Brett Hayes. Turns on that pitch with Descalso playing him off the line a little bit. And gets it by him with a sharply hit ball. We saw Dwayne Wise in the on-deck circle. I think Wise would have batted maybe next inning, leading off the inning. But with a man on base, especially in scoring position, now Jack makes the change to Brian Peterson. In a 2-for-2 day for Javi Vasquez. This is his 15th career 2-hit day, by the way.
It's a tough day for Vasquez.
Yeah.
I mean, he pitched well. He deserved better. The 3-run inning in the 6th, a couple of bloop hits.
Well, he deserved better in New York. 7 innings, gave up 1 run, left the game with a 3-1 lead, and ended up with a no decision.
Then was forced to intentionally walk a couple guys. That didn't work out either. There's Peterson's numbers as a pinch hitter. Cruz out to chat with Boggs. The Braves have defeated the Mets in New York 6-5. Peterson after that 2-0 pitch, it's now 2-1. 2-run lead here for the Cardinals. The Marlins have had trouble scoring runs all series long. 2-1 loss last night, 3-2 loss Friday night, 7-4 in game 1.
Marlins, Jack Buchanan, has seen his ball club score just 9 runs in 4 games.
And this game being played right now in a constant rain after an hour and 21-minute rain delay to start the game. Peterson a couple of good swings. Count 2-2. Ball in the dirt.
See if he gets that fastball one more time. Mike Dunn will pitch the 7th inning.
Another foul ball. So Peterson's seen just about everything Boggs has.
Well, we've told you too, between Boggs and Lance Lynn, Jason Mott, they all come in throwing over 95. So if you pinch hit or go up and hit, you better be ready for the fastball, because they all 3 have live arms
and beards. Peterson drives it to right center field. That's deep, and that is gone. It's tied. His first career home run. Brian Peterson, a pinch hit shot. 4-4.
Tell you see that many fastballs, you start to measure it. He started to foul some off. He was starting to get it timed. He took the slider that was well out of the zone. Knew on a 3-2 pitch he was going to see that fastball one more time. Boy, did he. And did he ever have a great swing.
That has to feel great. Brian Peterson and the Marlins bounce back. It is 4-4. Their first home run of the series.
6 for 13 as a pinch hitter. Oh, that's great. Now we know where the ball is, too.
Rain continues to fall. Bottom of the 6th, 4-4.
So the Marlins get to, finally, the Cardinal bullpen. There's that fastball again. There's a solid swing by Brian Peterson. And remember, it started with a 2-out double from Brett Hayes.
Bonifacio lines it foul. And it counts 2-2. Yeah, aside from the Octavio Dotel run the Marlins got in game 1, here's where it landed. look at the lady just cover the head and turn around. That's actually pretty smart. For call, throws him out. The Marlins have tied it. Brian Peterson, a 2-run homer. And in the rain in Miami, it's 4-4. calls on this, but hey, the party is still on. In fact, it has just begun on Las Olas Boulevard at the Tommy Bahama store, and we are headed there after the ball game. A meet and greet with the guy that just hit that home run. Brian Peterson will be there, ladies. Logan Morrison will be there. Emilio Bonifacio and John Buck. And there will be food. There will be drinks. There will be live music. And I know we're a little bit delayed, but Tommy, we're headed there as well. And it's after the ball game, right in Fort Lauderdale, right off Las Olas. Come on down. We'll be there.
Hey, let's hope, too, that somebody from the clubhouse can get out there to this youngster with the rain gear on, who's showing off the home run ball that he caught, because that is Brian Peterson's first Major League home run. So in the right field section. So we hope that ball can be retrieved for Petey.
So if you'd like to meet Brian Peterson, tonight is a good night to do it. Tommy, you've been to that Tommy Bahama store before in Las Olas?
First of all, it's a great area to get down to Las Olas. And the Tommy Bahama store is well stocked. Some great Tommy Bahama gear as far as shirts and pants and shorts.
And I know that we were planning on getting there about 5:30 with the players, and it's probably going to be later than that with this game, right at 4:40 Eastern time. But we will be there tonight. So after the game, come on out. 10% of your purchases will go to the Marlins Community Foundation. There are some great silent auction items, including John Buck's catcher's mask. That silver one will be down there. We'll be buying shirts. If you need any fashion tips, you can go to Tommy Hutton, because when Tommy Hutton was in Seattle, he was given a personal tour of the Tommy Bahama headquarters. You and Logan Morrison, our producer John Solser, went in to look.
Boy, you talk about some nice two-way sweatshirts, some MLB shirts. We were able to get a first-hand tour. Notice I wore my Tommy Bahama long sleeve shirt because we were in Seattle. And just that was a great opportunity. And the people at Tommy Bahama could not have been nicer.
Well, in that shot, you saw a Marlins Tommy Bahama shirt. As you see Tony La Russa and Dave Duncan. Logan Morrison was actually signing it. They designed a shirt for every Major League club, but they did not release the Marlins one because Marlins are changing their logo, changing their name. But next year,
you have to wait for that one.
Tommy Bahama will have a Tommy Bahama shirt with the new Miami Marlins colors and logo on it.
And I believe Lomo picked out a nice Major League shirt of a Minnesota Twins, I believe for his uncle.
Yeah,
He's
so
a big Twins fan.
Hey, it's appetizers, it's music, it's beverages, it's all free. All you got to do is come down to Las Olas Boulevard to Tommy Bahama after the ball game this afternoon. Get in out of the rain, all right? We'll be there. We hope to see you there. And we got money to spend. I saved some meal money from the last road trip.
All right.
So there's a shirt I've been eyeing. Back to the business of baseball now in the 7th inning in the rain in Miami. Daniel Descalso, Corey Patterson, and Rafael Furcal. Dunn off the mound with the bunt, and he throws out Descalso. Not a bad idea in the wet stuff, but a good play by Dunn.
We've talked about it. Mike Dunn, originally drafted as an outfielder. So a good athlete out there, got on that ball quickly, fielding it and then turning and making a strong throw over to Gabby.
That dirt remover on the back of the mound has been used extensively by everybody. They may have to go out and put a fresh one out there. Here's Patterson. Key moment in the 6th inning. Patterson's little blooper into shallow left. On came Logan Morrison. Out went Emilio Bonifacio. The ball went from Morrison's glove to Bonifacio's glove to the ground. Patterson had a double, and the inning was started for the Cardinals, who would end up with 3 runs to take a 4-2 lead. Hayes and Sanchez over for a look, and it's out of play.
What happened with that ball?
For the most innocent of plays, a big inning can come, and this is what happened. This is Peterson.
Look at how he throws his bat away. He's going, oh, man, I just popped out to shallow left, and it turns into be a double. Good lesson for youngsters. Don't assume it's a pop fly to left, run hard, and you end up at second base with a double.
Now, after he got to second, the Marlins got the next 2 outs. They got Furcal, and they got Terrio. And then Jack McKeon chose to intentionally walk Albert Pujols to face Matt Holliday. And he banged one into right field to tie the game.
And I don't think you can second guess that move either.
High throw, maybe a wet ball. And once again, Peterson is aboard on a defensive miscue. This one's going to be an error on the shortstop.
I think this series, and it's been a rough series because of the turf. There have been some plays at short where Bonifacio right there just takes too much time and then didn't really get down with a strong throw. We've seen how well Bonifacio has played third base this year. I think we've seen a difference at short. He's not played a real solid shortstop in this series defensively.
Another looper center field. That's going to fall in. Stanton picks it up. Wow. Boy, the Cardinals are just dinking the Marlins to death right now.
Well, they are, but you have to think about the play before.
Yep.
Should be a man on first and 2 out. But because of the error, first and third, 1 out. But a good pitch, just runs it in and jams for call. Turns out to be a base hit.
Now you got Terrio, who was 0 for 3. And Dunn is in need of a ground ball here. You know, with 1 out, you do have good speed at first base as well with Furcal, so you got to be aware of that. Here comes Jack McKeon, and he's going to bring in Burke Badenhop.
Now, one thing LaRusse can do, he can counter with Schumacher if he wants.
Yeah,
left-handed hitter.
Let's see if he does. Jack hasn't made the call yet. He may be buying time for Badenhop to throw a couple more pitches. And he makes the call. So, here comes the hopper. Dunn will exit. The Cardinals are rallying here in the 7th, a 4-4 game in the rain.
When you need a car, truck or van, who you gonna call? Rudy!
Season club level ticket. All the hot dogs, peanuts, nachos, popcorn, and soda you want, all for one low price. the Giants on the 12th. That's the next all-you-can-eat seats night. 305-626-SAVE or go to marlins.com. Tony La Russa will stick with Ryan Theriot. Burke Badenhop in need of a ground ball with speed at first and Rafael Furcal.
And Rich, a lot of things that can happen here with Theriot. Good back control.
There's the ground ball, but it's in the left field, a base hit. And the Cardinals reclaim the lead 5-4.
Well, didn't have to wait for a hit and run or squeeze or just let Theriot swing the bat. And on the first pitch, he drives in the go-ahead run. He opened up nicely to get to that sinker that ran in on him.
So the error by Bonifacio is big, and now you've got the big three. Pujols, Holiday, and Berkman all lined up with runners first and second and one out. Jan Lexus presents leaders of the game, extra base hits. The Cardinals at the top of just about every important offensive category at JM Lexus. Price made us #1. Click jmlexus.com and find out how. Foul back to the screen. 0-2. They haven't met often, but when they have, Pujols has done some damage.
When they have, it hasn't been a great experience for the Hopper.
For Call and Theriot, good wheels out there. Pujols steps out. Badenhop tried to catch the corner with a changeup, and he just missed. One and two. Kicks away from Hayes, and now the shot at the double play is over. Everybody moves up on a wild pitch. When the day began, 20,011 were here. Not many of them have hung in here. Got him. Badenhop for that sinker down and in. And a big strikeout of Pujols.
I don't know if Pujols is thinking slider or something away. If he was, that's a tough pitch to get to because Hopper made it a good one. Down and in to get a good hitter who doesn't strike out all that much, Albert Pujols.
So Badenhop gets Pujols. Now he's got to get Holiday. Holiday's hit in the 6th inning was a big one.
That was only the 39th time that Pujols has struck out this year. And how many did you say Mark Reynolds had?
126.
126.
Holiday is so strong, even his uniform can't hold him.
The undershirt there that he wears under the jersey looks like that of the Incredible Hulk.
Another ground ball in the left field. Base hit, 1 run scores, 2 runs score. And Matt Holliday has maybe the 2 biggest hits of the game for the St. Louis Cardinals. He's driven in 3 St. Louis is up by 3.
Well, he's just an incredible hitter and makes contact. He hits those hard ground balls that get through the infield, just out of the reach of Bonifacio. Top spin on it, gets it into the outfield in a hurry. And the whole essence of this series, unable to get big hits for the Marlins, with the exception of the Brian Peterson home run, and big hit, important hit, big hit after big hit for the Cardinals. And I think realistically, when you think about it, McClellan gets loose. You have the experienced guys in the Pujols, Holiday, and Berkman getting a lot of those big hits. And you're expecting big hits out of inexperienced of Stanton, Morrison, Gabby Sanchez. That's one of the big differences.
Berkman a rather quiet 0 for 2. But still plenty of damage for the big 3 from St. Louis in the series. Pujols, 3 homers, 7 hits. Holiday, 9 RBIs on 6 hits. Berkman has 6 hits. He's walked twice in this one. The pitcher spot was due up next. Chris Carpenter was out on deck, but I think that was either window dressing or Carpenter has gone back to get another bat, and he has come back on deck dressed as Skip Schumacher.
It's a quick change.
Yes. He does a great Skip Schumacher impression.
Well, both managers in this series have had to deal with fewer on their bench. With Hanley out, Tony La Russa had David Freese, got him beamed and hit in the head, so he's missed this series other than a little bit in that first game.
Yadier Molina suspended.
Yadier Molina serving the suspension, so he's played with the 23 men.
Pretty good 23 men, though.
Wow, it's just been the middle 3 that's been really good.
Terrio's hit the ball hard today. Patterson's been a pain in the neck.
John Jay,
yeah,
that blue base hit that drove in a couple of runs.
Schumacher has 6 hits in this series, and he didn't even start this game. Badenhop right now at 2-0, and he's in danger here of loading him up. Tony Cruz is on deck. You've got Berkman at first, Holiday at second. The rain continues to fall in a 7-4 game now. And the Hopper looks like he's having some real issues out there.
Now remember, in the first game of this series, Herc Badenhop went 3 2/3 innings.
He walks him loaded. So Cruz is the hitter. Steve Cishek just got up in the bullpen. And this may be one of those where if Badenhop throws ball 1 and ball 2, Jack may come get him.
And Cishek is trying to get ready quickly.
Now Cruz. Oh, 0-1. Change up, ground ball. Dobbs has it. And he gets the out at second, but not before the Cardinals put 3 on the board. 7th inning stretch has finally arrived. And it's 7-4 St. Louis. Hey. On top of the Fish right now in the bottom of the 7th inning. Brian Peterson, one of the lone highlights for the Fish. A pinch hit 2-run homer which tied the game at 4. It's our Gunther Volkswagen drive of the game. His first big league home run. A big moment for the rookie. And right now, Frank Fort is out there in right field. Frank?
All right, Rich, this is Santi, who actually recovered the ball. Now, you didn't catch it clean, so how did you get it?
I saw the ball coming full speed at me, and then I was like, nah, I'm not going to catch it like that. And then in the row right behind me, after the noise and everything, that's when I caught it right there.
Did you know it's his first big league home run?
No, I didn't know actually until they picked me up and they told me to go talk to someone, and then they told me it's his first home run. I'd like to trade it.
So you're going to go down after the game and meet Brian. Are you going to ask him for anything?
I'm not going to ask him for anything. I'm just going to see what he would give me, but like, I'm not going to be greedy or anything and ask him for anything. I'm glad that I gave him his first home run ball.
All right, well, I think that's a smart way to go. So hopefully you'll enjoy the experience. Guys, back up to you.
I like that.
That's good to hear. That's good to hear. Petey will get his first Major League home run ball, and I'm sure he'll be generous to the youngster.
Thank you, guys. He's on his way out.
Yeah, and the guy got to be on TV and talk to Frank Ford.
Well, that might be the highlight of the youngster today.
Now,
talking with Frank.
If you want to talk to Brian Peterson and have him sign a ball for you, you can do that tonight at the Tommy Bahama store.
What a segue.
I'm trying, man. The party has started without us, Hud. I can't stand it. Petey will be there. Lomo will be there. Bonifacio will be there. And John Buck will be there as soon as this one is over. But if you want to happen down there right now, there's some cool food. There are drinks and live music. And they're donating 10% of all sales from yesterday and today to the Marlins Community Foundation. It's a great gesture by Tommy Bahama. They're the ones that are hosting it all. And on the left, the John Buck Road Mask will be one of the silent auction items. You can bid on that right now down there. So if you want that mask, which is a collector's item. I did not know this, Tommy Hunt. But I asked John Buck about the mask yesterday, and he said he and I think Greg Zahn are the only 2 catchers in baseball that are allowed to have the paint and the art design on their masks. They got it grandfathered in when a new rule came in 5-6 years ago, and they were the 2 guys that were still doing it, and Major League Baseball said everyone from here on out can't do it. So Buck, as long as he's in the game, he can wear that hockey-style mask with a painting on it.
Because Greg Zahn retired and is no longer in the game. So John Buck, the only, and that even enhances the value of that helmet for the auction.
Right, and obviously a collector's item with the Marlins changing their colors and logo and all of that.
Yeah, I think it's interesting. There are a couple of ways to go with even Marlins logos, changing next year. So you can do one of two things. You can wait and pick up new things next year, or you can get some of the tail end of old Marlins shirts, caps, whatever, with the logo on, which will change and be different next year.
You know, we have pitching changes and injury changes and breaks scheduled for it. Now we have pitching mound breaks. Brought to you by no one. Bottom 7, rain still falling. Alfredo Ameziga digging in. Kyle McClellan with a fastball for a strike. McClellan takes over for Mitchell Boggs. He handled the 6th. He gave up the home run to Brian Peterson. Boggs.
Yeah, as it stands, a crazy way, Boggs, if the score stays the same way, he'd be the winning pitcher.
That's where I was headed. Boggs could get the win. Jaime Garcia started the ball game. Now, we told you that Javi Vasquez deserved a better fate. The good news that came out of the Brian Peterson homer, not only the 2 runs and Peterson's first big league homer, but it got Vasquez off the hook in terms of the loss in a game in which he pitched very well and deserved a much better fate. He didn't have a lot of support behind him. Cardinals dump some bloops in. 2-2 coming to Ameziga. McClellan misses high. And we've seen pitchers really struggle control-wise. And it's no surprise on a rainy day with a mound that has been worked on and reworked.
Well, as much as you work on that mound, it's just not a comfortable landing area.
Got Ameziga, Stanton, and Sanchez up here in the 7th. Of course, this game was scheduled to start at 1. And a lot of the West Coast games are rolling. Ameziga, foul. Nice play down there at first.
Do it again.
Giants and Phillies are in the bottom of the 4th and tied 1-1. Roy Oswalt's back on the mound.
Giants trying to salvage 1 game out of that series, 4-game series.
Ameziga's fly ball finds Patterson's glove. 1 out. Here comes Stanton.
Yeah, Oswalt and Lincecum. Yeah, Oswalt off the disabled list. He's had a couple of rehab starts.
Atlanta got a run in the 9th to beat the Mets 6-5. Dan Uggla was 1 for 5. Freddie Freeman was 0 for 4.
So his 20-game hitting streak snapped, but Dan Uggla now at 28. Pretty impressive. His longest hitting streak as a Marlin was 12 games. Talk about streaks, a streak that's not a good one. CC Sabathia this year, and remember he's won 16 games. This year against the Yankees is 0-4 with an ERA over 7 against the Boston Red Sox. But the big Yankee left-hander has 16 wins, but against Boston he's 0-4 this year.
Gabby Sanchez with Mike Stanton at first. Logan Morrison on deck. Bottom 7, Marlins and Cardinals. The Cardinals have won the first 3 games of this series, with the Marlins having trouble scoring runs.
I tell you, Stanton hasn't seen much to hit at all today.
He's walked 3 times. Gabby has driven in a run with a ground ball out. He's bounced into a double play and struck out. Cardinals were hoping to get some help from Houston today. Unfortunately, that didn't happen. Milwaukee beat them 7-3. Zach Greinke is now 10-4. Prince Fielder hit his 26th. So the Cardinals need to win this game to stay 3 back, and those two open up a 3-game series on Tuesday night. Pirates lost again, 7-3. Matt Latos the win. Gabby swings and misses. He's out. First base was occupied with less than 2 outs. But Stanton is free to roam about, and he ends up at second base. Here comes Logan Morrison.
That was interesting. That's 10 straight losses now for Pittsburgh. Just an awful decline after exciting the fans in Pittsburgh. But you know what? Last night, I was looking at the attendance of their game at PNC Park. They lost 13-2 last night. Over 39,000 came out to see their Pirates.
Good for them.
Yeah.
I think you and I have always said that that's a sleeping giant. If they could ever just get a competitive team out on the field. It's such a great sports town. And the Pirates, up until this losing streak hit, have been a competitive team and a fun team to watch. Morrison has struck out twice and doubled.
But just like that, with their loss today and with Milwaukee's win, the Pirates are 10 games out.
With the Braves win, Atlanta continues to have the 2nd best record in the National League. Win number 66 for Atlanta. 2-1. Arizona scored first and leads the Dodgers 2-0 in the bottom of the 4th. That's an important game for Arizona. They're a half game behind San Francisco. Oswalt got out of a bases loaded situation, and that game moves to the top of the 5th by the Bay. Phillies and Giants 1-1. 3-1 to Morris as he tries to pick up Stanton, who's in scoring position. Two. Kyle McClellan, with the arrival of Edwin Jackson, went from the rotation to the bullpen. One of the reasons why is he can get lefties out, because the lefties that the Cardinals had were not getting lefties out. Morrison pulls a ground ball to Pujols, who steps on the bag. And the Fish done in the 7th, on to the 8th. Cardinals 7-4. The world becomes their planet. Rise of the Planet of the Apes. Now playing at a theater near you. (7-4). It's the 8th that's still raining. And the Fish bring in a lefty, Randy Choate. 51st appearance for Choate. Been an outstanding year for him. See the ERA just 1.66.
They got some lefties coming up back to back, and Descalso and then Peterson.
Then you got Rafael Furcal after that, switch hitter. And so Choate.
No, it's amazing. Lately, a few lefties have gotten base hits off Randy Choate, but still on the year, left-handers 8 for 61, a 131 average against Choate.
Descalso fouls that one off. Over in St. Pete, our old buddy Josh Willingham hit a solo homer in the 10th inning, and Oakland beat the Rays by a score of 5-4. 17th on the season for the Hammer. One-two breaking ball pulled foul. Descalso broke his bat. Reds and Cubs in a wild one, 8-7. The Cubs have played well lately, but a little too late to get Chicago in the race, it seems. 8-7 Reds in the 9th. Nationals 2-2 with the Rockies in the 8th.
Yeah, the Cubs came into play today having won 7 in a row.
Choate almost caught the corner with the breaking ball. It's 2-2. Got him. Down goes Descalso.
That doesn't sound quite as good as down goes Frazier. I'm just trying to help out here. Things have kind of gotten at a lull.
Hey, they really have.
The crowd is dispersed. Not a whole lot of folks here. Marlins down by 3.
Everyone's having a good time without us at on Las Olas.
Yeah, I keep thinking about that too, subliminally.
Peterson is up. And he fouls it at the plate. Peterson's career numbers against Choate. He came in, of course, Peterson did, hit the bloop double that started the 3-run rally in the 6th. He also hit the ground ball that Bonifacio threw high on an error to start the 3-run 7th. And that's the damage for the Cardinals. 3 in the 6th, 3 in the 7th. And here they are in the 8th with a 7-4 lead.
Yeah, and an error in that inning, a wild pitch in that inning.
And Choate does what Randy Choate does best. You leave him in there just to face the switch hitter.
Oh, yeah.
So here's for call.
Look at Furcall's uniform. He's made a few dives out there short.
Little tapper. Choate has it, and he tags for call out. So a quick 8th inning for the Cardinals. St. Louis up 7-4. On top of the fish, up next, Athlete 360, presented by Cleveland Clinic of Florida. Up now is Mike Cameron, Greg Dobbs, Brett Hayes. McClellan throws a strike, and it's 0-1. Cameron's 0 for 3 in the ball game. The Marlins have 4 runs on 8 hits. They are out hitting the Cardinals. But the Cardinals, as we've seen throughout the series, much more strategic with their hits. The ball boy down there having some trouble with the elements.
Now look at that. It's wet everywhere. He's set up. Oh. Got to get that backside down a little bit more. Got to get on the balls of your feet. See, on Kids Sunday, we show you how not to do it.
Hey, that guy was smart. He just waited until it stopped rolling. 0-2.
That was always Bob Euchre's great line about how to catch a knuckleball.
Yeah.
Just let it go back to the screen and wait till it stops rolling and go pick it up.
Clellan's got that big hammer, and he strikes out Cameron.
Well, he was so successful out of the bullpen last year. Look at where that pitch started and where it ended up. And then he started because of a need in their rotation, but now that he's back in the bullpen, I think it just makes their entire staff a staff with more depth in it. Because he adds you a little something different in that bullpen with those hard throwers, the bearded hard throwers. He gives you a little bit of everything else.
It's almost like once he got sent to the bullpen, he has started to grow a beard. It's like he's got the starter beard. From rotation to bullpen, he has to grow the beard like everyone else. Holiday on the track, and there's 2 outs here in the 8th.
What would you call Brian Wilson's beard?
That's a veteran.
That's a starter beard.
That's the Chia Pet of all reliever beards. Brett Hayes doubled back in the 6th and gave up the 2-run homer, or rather than was followed by the 2-run homer by Brian Peterson, his first big league homer. It was a pinch hit shot. Big Carapazza with a quick retort to the Marlins dugout.
Well, it's been a frustrating 4 games, and I think some of the frustration not only with him behind the plate today, but with that call last night, some of that just seeps out.
Well, I think too you've got the frustration of playing the Cardinals, who have played well, they've pitched well, they've hit well. And quite honestly, the Cardinals have outplayed the Marlins.
Marlins have not played well at all in this series. Yeah, I mean, there have been some frustrating things happen. But overall, it's been a sloppily played series. Been some errors. They've not had clutch base hits.
Two. Breaking ball. Hayes hammers it. Foul. Trying to get the water out of his eyes. It gets on the bill of your helmet and rolls down. Two. High fly ball. Holiday settles and makes the catch. 1-2-3 go the Marlins in the 8th. On to the 9th. 7-4 St. Louis. Mound in playable shape. Steve Cishek climbs aboard the hill, and he'll take over for Randy Choate in a long, wet, soggy, and disappointing day so far for the Fish. Our poll today had to do with Alfredo Amezaga. It's brought to you by Tickets of America. We showed you from the outset the montage of choices.
I always like to follow, we'll get into the poll here in a second. I always like to follow different terminology, and I'll continue this after this poll. I like the dancing leading. I like that, by the way, leading. We've seen the play a lot.
Yeah, but the dancing, and certainly there's more dancing to come this year, apparently. I go with dancing, 789, 789.
Yeah. But here's my point. Different terms, baseball terminology over the years. I mean, years ago you didn't hear high ceiling, top of the rotation guy. Not too long ago you never heard the mound referred to as the bump. And I don't think I've ever referred to the mound as the bump. But I hear that every once in a while. When did that come into play, Rich?
It was before Nate Bump actually pitched on the mound, a former Marlin. I don't know. It's one of those.
He takes the bump today.
He takes the bump.
Yeah, I've just not heard that.
Well, I mean, there are some terms that are used that don't creep into our telecast, like a 3-run Jimmy Jack or something to that effect. I don't think we use bump, do we?
No, because I don't think you ever have, and I know I haven't.
Now the dish, you use the dish.
The dish, yeah. Not that often.
No. Used to be in baseball, you referred to umpires as blue.
Men in blue.
Because they used to wear blue. Now they're men in black.
Tommy Lee Jones.
I bet you there's still some old school. I wonder if Jack refers to the umpires as blue.
I think if you go to Little League games or high school youth games, you hear fans yelling, "Hey, blue!" You still hear that.
And Will Ferrell, who of course made that famous, "You're my boy, blue." Is that old school? "You're my boy, blue." Was that of course was the famous Frank the Tank. "We're going streaking."
Through the quad.
Through the quad. That's strike 3. Cishek strikes out Ryan Terrio. Pujols and Holiday here in the 9th for Cishek. Marlins' last shot in the bottom half of this inning is going to be the number 9 spot, and then Bonifacio and Amezaga. Pujols swings and misses at a breaking ball. One ball, one strike. One term you don't hear very often now is, and players still do it, but you don't hear it referred to it as much. After a strikeout, you throw the ball around the horn.
Around the horn, yeah. That'd be a good Tuesday night email question. Now, throw it out to our fans. What terms they like or what terms they don't like.
Like when Pujols hit one in the seats, he hit the snot out of it. That might not make the list, but it's you hear it in baseball. Usually it's tear the cover off.
Hit the cover off the ball. This guy's hit the cover off a lot of baseballs. Matt Holliday. That's the thing about, we've tried to talk about these three guys in this 4-game series, Holiday and Pujols and Berkman, how good a hitters they are. I mean, Holiday entered this season a .317 career average. Pujols started the season a .331 career hitter, and Berkman at .296. So they're not big guys who just hit home runs and strike out a lot.
Good on base percentage. Guys that will take a walk. Great slugging percentage. And not only have we talked about them throughout the 4-game series, but we've talked about them throughout this 5-hour telecast.
We could have given you their life history.
Holiday was a great high school quarterback.
Talked about his
Stillwater.
dad.
His dad was a college coach at Oklahoma State and North Carolina. His brother, I believe, is a hitting coach in college someplace. Pujols running gingerly down to second.
The other thing, Rich, in a game like this, our crack staff stays on top of things. And I'm told by our crack staff that entering this season, Albert Pujols could have gone 0 for 575, and he'd still be a career 300 hitter.
Just impressed that the crack staff is still here.
And awake.
And not at the party. Without us. A strike. Holiday, 2 big hits in this one. The RBI single after the intentional walk to Pujols in the 6th. Gave the Cardinals that all-important first run of the 6th that tied the game. And then a 2-run single in the 7th that heaped damage on an inning that was already started. And so his 3 RBIs have been painful ones to watch for the Marlins.
We were trying to figure out, you and I were trying to figure this out yesterday. We may have time today. That Albert Pujols is King Albert, and you got the big Puma stepping in. We don't know if there's a nickname for Matt Holiday, if he has one.
He might be too mean and strong to give a nickname to. Big Daddy.
That's what they used to call Rick Russell. And he was not built at all like Matt Holiday.
No, most of Russell's bulk was in his butt. Here's the 0-1. To put it...
yeah, this has been a really enlightening inning where you've actually said snot and butt in the same inning.
When you're on the air for 5 hours in the rain, you get a little punchy. But, I mean, that's what Rick Russell was known for.
That's exactly.
He had the enormous caboose. Is that a better term? There's a foul back to the screen.
And was a great athlete. Could run, could hit. Nice career as a pitcher.
Now, you know, the funny thing about Berkman's nickname is that when he showed up in Houston, somebody said he looked like Elvis when Elvis was fat, so they were calling him Fat Elvis. And Berkman himself didn't like the nickname, and so Berkman came up with the Big Puma. So I mean, that's amazing to do in sports, is nickname yourself, but he was able to do it. And so, of course, if he wasn't any good, he still would have been Fat Elvis.
See,
but since
Fat
he was
Elvis,
so good.
Fat Elvis would have been a great nickname, because every time he hit a home run, you could have said, Fat Elvis just left the building.
Nice. Milo Hamilton may have brought that one out 1 or 2 times. I'm not sure.
But he'll always be the Big Puma to us.
Well, I mean, one of the greatest moments in our broadcasting careers was the night that Craig was dressed up in the
donned the Puma outfit,
the little Puma outfit out in left center field. Berkman dumps that one into left field. Pujols around third. Holiday gets to third. Pujols scores. That's kind of the way it's gone for the Marlins. Eight 4.
Well, again, the big three with a single, a walk, and an RBI single.
Here's McClellan. He comes to the plate with one out. Ground ball up the middle. A Meziga the turn, and the Marlins get 2 and end the ninth. Still 4 runs short are the Fish. Big Puma delivers. Marooney, South Florida, when you need a car, truck, or van, who you going to call? 1-877-Marooney. And by Subway, eat fresh. Lance Berkman, Big Puma. We saw Fat Elvis on our way out, operating one of our cameras. Somehow he joined the crew for an inning or two. Every now and then a cameraman will need an inning off. Fernando Salas will pitch the ninth. Dwayne Wise will lead it off. Got Emilio Bonifacio and Alfredo Amezaga to follow. I know that you and I have been here for the entire game, but we have to tip our caps to the men and women working here at Fox Sports Florida on our production crew. They get here much earlier than we do. They're the ones that have to get everything set up and ready, especially on a day game. They're here early in the morning.
They're also the ones who really have to listen to us.
Well, they have to listen to us, and many of them have to be out in the rain all day. So a tip of the cap to all of you out there. Joe. Strike to Wise, and it's 2-1. So the Marlins down to their last 3 outs. And what is looking like a real painful sweep at the hands of the Cardinals, a 4-game sweep at home for the Fish.
And not a pretty sweep. And it's something that things are going to have to change in that series against Atlanta. They come in here having played good baseball, and things are going to have to turn around.
All right, the party is going on, and we'll be there shortly. Tommy Bahama location on Las Olas Boulevard. Live music, got food, got drinks, and you can head on down there right now. 10% of all sales go to the Marlins Community Foundation. John Buck, Emilio Bonifacio, Brian Peterson, who hit his first big league home run, and Logan Morrison scheduled to appear. The players should be there about, I'd say, 45 minutes to an hour after the game ends. Tommy and I are going to hop in the car and head there as well. And so we will see you down there. So come on down. I know we said 5:30 to 7, but Tommy Bahama has extended the hours, so they'll be open much longer than that. Get you a chance to meet the players, get a chance to shop for a great cause, and Tommy will help you pick out a shirt if you need the help.
We'll give all the assistance that we can. And the players, of course, might be a little behind us. They have to shower and get ready. You and I, we don't have to shower. We'll just get there.
We are ready to go. Counts 1 and 2. And if you make a purchase of $100 or more, you'll get an autographed baseball. And you get the autographs of all 4 players if you'd like. Bonifacio goes down swinging. And the best thing, Tommy, is it's free. There's no charge. You can walk right into the store. Here's a Meziga. And a strike from Salas. Not a save situation for the Cardinal closer, but the Marlins have seen him now in 3 of the 4 games.
I think if they played tomorrow night, you might not see him out there, but the fact that they have off, La Russa keeps him sharp.
He's looked pretty good. It looks like they've found an answer there, and they certainly have solidified the rest of their bullpen. Two-one. And it's 2-2. Salas to a Meziga. That's down low. Three and 2 to Alfredo Ameziga. Into right field, Ameziga has his second hit. And so the Marlins aren't done yet.
Yeah, the only other hitter today with a 2-hit game for the Marlins, Javier Vazquez.
Isn't that something?
So the welcome back Ameziga. The number 9 spot's been a great spot in the order. That's where Brian Peterson pinch hit his first major league home run.
Mike Stanton has been walked 3 times and has popped out. And 1 to Stanton. Marlins and Braves tomorrow night, 3-game series. Then the Giants. So the Marlins were outplayed by the Cardinals, and they were going to walk into a buzzsaw with the Braves, who are the wild card leaders, and the Giants, who are the West leaders and the defending world champions.
Let's see with Lincecum pitching today, they'll see him. So it doesn't get easy with that Giants staff.
And you got Brad Hand, the rookie, starting against Derek Lowe tomorrow night. Hensley against Brandon Beachy. Anibal Sanchez and Tim Hudson on Wednesday. That is strike 3 called. And the St. Louis Cardinals have come to South Florida and swept the Marlins in a 4-game series. Wow. SunTrust player of the game, pick one. Pujols, Holiday, or Berkman. We're going with Holiday. 3 RBIs, 9 driven in the series. Pujols hit 3 homers in the series. Berkman had 7 hits in the series. And the Cardinals dispatch the Marlins on a long and wet day here in Miami. Marlins Live comes up next.